Hello and welcome to Sword and Key. I normally say Horizon's Call. That took a lot out of me to not say ahoy and make pirate references. But here we are with a fancy Sword and Key one-shot. We do these sometimes. I am Derek Sword. I use he, him pronouns. I am your GM for this game. I am also the Sword of Sword and Key, and I'm very excited to have you all here. This game in particular is Prisoner 13. It is an adventure module out of the new Wizards of the Coast Keys from the Golden Vault book, which is all a bunch of different, somewhat separate adventures. You can play them individually or all together, that all focus around heists and breaking in and fantasy burglary and all different types of you're the good guys, but also you're definitely stealing stuff. It's an Ocean's 11 sort of deal. So this game in particular is a prison break, and we are going to be supporting Jasper's Game Day today on this particular stream. So I do want to say a few words about Jasper's Game Day. It started as a one-day event to raise awareness and donation for suicide prevention. And since then has blossomed into a full nonprofit organization dedicated to destigmatizing mental health. You can always find more about it at jaspersgameday.com. But it's a great organization that really ties in suicide prevention along with the things that we love to do, playing games. So that is what we're here to do, is to mesh those two things, because you are never alone. If you ever need help, we should have resources posted in the chat, and you are always welcome to reach out. You are never going through anything that is final, and there is always somebody who wants you to stick around. So please keep that in mind. All that said, this is also a game where we have a slightly newer player, so this is going to be an instructional game. So I encourage questions from all of my players. I encourage questions in chat. I am human. I will get things wrong from time to time, but this is definitely a time to kind of learn a little bit more about D&D. So if you in the chat have never played D&D before, hopefully you pick something up here that you might find interesting or instructive in any way. That is my hope. So all of that said, there's also incentives towards donating towards Jasper's Game Day. So you can see those in chat, but basically if you donate $2, much appreciated. You get our appreciation, and your name is added to the thank you credits at the very end. For $5, you can give advantage to a player of your choice. You can add it to the greater player pool if you're aren't attached to any individual. $10 is a crit to a player of your choice, or again, the player pool. $25 gives advantage to all players. $35 is crit to all players, and then $50 will be a random encounter, which will be very interesting in a prison break scenario. So I'm going to stop talking for a second. I'm going to let these lovely people introduce themselves. I haven't even looked at the screen yet to see who's in the top left corner. So while I am trying to pull that up, does anybody know the top left-hand corner? Here we go. I think it's Katie. It is Katie. I'm right. Okay, Katie, please say a little bit about yourself and your character.
Hello, I'm KatieQuixotic. You can find me everywhere I'd like for you to find me as KatieQuixotic. I am just kind of around and everywhere. I am playing Tallulah, a tiefling bard.
Fantastic. Thank you, Katie. Gonah.
Hi, I'm Gonah, and you can find me almost everywhere as either Gonah or Gonah Hawking. And I am playing Salmon, a Kenku warlock.
I'm glad that it's not Salmon. I was a little worried it was a hard L, but good.
No,
okay,
I wanted him to be Salmon.
Salmon, duly noted. Thank you, Gonah. Let's up Val.
Hi everyone, my name is Valiant Dorian. I use him, his pronouns. You can find me all around the internet at Valiant Dorian or at Odds of Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just set you on. And today I have the distinct pleasure of playing a phantom tiefling rogue, my first ever rogue ever, named Kismet, who uses they, them pronouns. Yeah, and I'm going to pass introductions over to Meg.
Oh, hi, I'm Meg. I'm the new player, so this is going to be really exciting. You can find me, I'm an artist, so Meg Noel Art on Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, if you're interested in fan art, things like that. And today I'm playing a human fighter named Lucille Ashharrow. And yeah, she, her pronouns for both me and my character. So I'm excited.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Well, without any further ado, let's do this. Let's go ahead and jump directly into our story. So you all find yourselves, as any adventure worth its salt begins, in a tavern. That you are in the Hammered Dwarf. It is a hill dwarf tavern. It's one of those towns that kind of has a lot of human population, dwarven population, kind of intermingling, and a lot of trade going on. But you are all kind of stuffed into this this U-shaped table with a single chair at the flat end of the U. So the dwarf who's talking to you, his back is to the greater tavern. And the four of you are looking at what is a somewhat older male dwarf. He has darker hair that has these long gray streaks in it, intricate knots, and he's dressed somewhat well, robes over this very fine decorative breastplate. Definitely not what he would wear into battle, but more just like finer. This is someone of position and potentially wealth, and this individual his name is Varin. So Varin has addressed you all and has asked if you might be interested in helping him with a potential problem. Actually, a potential solution to his problem, I should say. Varin has had great. We already have a random encounter thanks to Anik. Thank you, Anik. We will resolve that later. I don't think a random encounter in the tavern is necessarily what they're looking for just yet. So Varin has basically informed you that a long time ago, in the stronghold of Gauntlgrim, his family had paired up with another family, and a specific dwarf had actually taken a lot of wealth from them. And they caught her right away, locked her up, got rid of all of her associates, all of her helpers, but they never found the gold until recently. Deep in the vaults of Gauntlgrim, an unmarked vault, they found where she had hidden it away. Unfortunately, they can't access the vault. So he sits there, he's kind of steepled his fingers. So what I'm asking for all of you is no small thing. I want you to go to this individual and convince her, by any means necessary, to give you the key to this vault. We can't open it otherwise. Just based off of that, any interest?
Interest.
Okay, interest. So Varin basically goes on, he says, I'm of the Axebaker troops. This individual, her name was Corda Glintstone. We had her locked up in a place that we can no longer access safely. And so what I am looking for all of you to do is to go into this particular rehabilitation institute. And I know she has the key on her person somewhere. However, you won't just be able to stroll into the place. However, if you are able to successfully retrieve this key, I will give you all 2% of the gold that remains in the vault.
I like to think that we're like, I don't know which direction we all want to go with this, but I kind of like the idea that we've done work together before and we're an established like group. And
I like that.
I think, I think as Varn is just like, Rehabilitation Institute, Kismet is going to look over at like the other three and just like mumble really quietly. Doesn't that mean prison? That's prison, right?
Prison, right?
I like to think. Sorry, go ahead. I like to think that since it's U-shaped, there's like a booth kind of situation going on. So instead
Yes,
of individual
definitely.
chairs, so Tallulah is sitting perched on like the back of the booth, like with her legs kind of swinging over the side towards like the open edge, like where the dwarf's back is facing to the tavern.
Katie, you
And
can just say Tallulah is not straight. Well, you did say Tallulah was a tiefling, so that's yeah.
And I like to think she's like eating a mango
Sure.
and just kind of like looking really nonchalant and says, well, they call them different things in different places. What I'm more interested in is what 2% actually means.
Excellent question. I don't have the answer to that. It was a substantial wealth 50 years ago. I have no idea how much Orda might have spent, but it would be substantial regardless. Unless she bought an entire kingdom, it would be a substantial wealth. So, bit of a gamble for both of us, really.
Uh-huh. Can we get a minimum guaranteed?
There is not okay, minimum guarantee 100 gold each.
That works for me.
Salmon kind of looks at the other three and like looks back at the dwarf and says, "You can't just stroll in with 2%."
So Salmon, you're saying this in his voice. Okay.
Yeah.
So Salmon is a Kenku, which if you're not familiar with Kenku can only speak in things that they have heard. They don't have a voice of their own. They can only mimic and repeat things. So sometimes it is musical notes or like sounds that they can make, or sometimes it is just someone's voice. Salmon, you are negotiating in the man's own voice. So go ahead and roll persuasion.
Absolutely.
Believe in you, Salmon.
First roll of the game. So to roll persuasion is a charisma-based roll. You have a skill for persuasion that is enhanced potentially by your charisma ability, as well as potentially by your proficiency. So
I rolled a 7, but I get +5 to that because
Okay.
I put everything in persuasion. So it's a 12.
that is a 12. Okay. He kind of looks at you and goes, 2% is good. That's right. Yeah, 2%.
Sam looks back out at the other three. 2% is good. Sounds right. 2% is good.
I do have a few things that could help you if this is sounding like a mission that you might want to embark upon. It would be much appreciated by the Axbreaker clan, speaking for them, of course. This prison is Revel's End, if any of you are potentially familiar. But I can assure you that I have agents who can outfit you with a way to access the prison, unless you all have a plan in and of yourselves. Let me start here. Do we have a deal?
Kismet looks at the others and it's just like, I have no complaints.
I would like Lucille kind of like actually raises her hand. She's like, before we seal the deal, how dangerous exactly is this rehabilitation institute?
Oh, I mean, danger is one of those. What does that even mean? I mean, a scale of 1 to 10, are we talking like an 8? Probably. I mean, what? Lucille, I will tell you this: you can roll insight, or you can roll history to see what you might personally know about Revel's End, because this is a place that might have been talked about, has likely been talked about. It's kind of like Alcatraz in a way. Like everybody's like heard the word. It's just how much you know about it.
Okay.
I hate that that's the immediate comparison you brought up, GM.
It's a notorious prison.
How dangerous is this? Oh yeah, like this name is popped up like Alcatraz.
Hey, fun fact, Alcatraz means pelican.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's because
I did not know that.
it's covered in pelicans. Anyway.
I'll go for insight since I did ask.
Sure.
Let's see what we got. I got an 18 roll on that one.
That is pretty good. Very clearly lying and trying to brush away what is. I will give, even with that, like, you've heard the name. Revel's End is like the most. It's where not a lot of prisoners are, only the most notorious prisons. And I will say, even with the 18, kind of like picking up on his very clear lie and then kind of piecing together the stuff that you know before. This is where the Lord's Alliance is, this alliance of all the major cities. We are in the Forgotten Realms for the sake of lore. So all of the major cities of like Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter, and all the major factions, the Dwarven clans, the Human Kingdoms, have all basically decided, like, the worst of the worst go to Revel's End. Like, there's not even 100 prisoners there, but that's where they send their worst. It's in the far north. It is like, as soon as you step outside of the prison, it is, lower than 0 degrees Fahrenheit. It is just absolutely miserable and isolated. So the danger here, I think maybe to a certain point of his, is dependent on what you do, but definitely exists nonetheless.
So I think then with that knowledge, I want her to kind of lean over to the other three and go, I think it might be fair to ask for a bit more than 2% if we're going to do this. Five?
Go ahead and roll persuasion again.
Okay. All right, that's not my best one. We'll see.
I do really like Lucille basically reading this guy's lie, like just squinting and going 5. Just that's
that
after Sam has dejectedly. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. That will be 17.
17.
Ooh,
okay,
let's go, Lucille.
Much better.
He kind of just like, he crosses his arms. He looks a little dejected. He goes, 3. 3.5. I can't go higher than that.
I'm all right with that.
This is
3.5
like
with a
storage
minimum
wars.
guarantee
Like,
of 125.
with the minimum guarantee of 100. I don't even know what's in there. 110. Fine.
And you will continue to not know what is in there until you have our Kismet, as if like out of thin air, like a wisp in their hand, holds up a bunch of thieves' tools. Unless we do something.
There. All right. A deal then. And he like puts a hand into the, like, towards the center of the table.
I'll shake it.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. Right then, on to the proper business part. And out of his robes, he takes this rather decent-sized gemstone and places it at like the center of the table, where it kind of hovers there on its point. Like a emerald kind of with the point at the bottom. And this it is blue, actually. It is a sapphire. So as it's hovering there, it begins to spin slightly, and out of it projects a map of the prison, which you'll be able to see on the Roll20 I also sent to you in Discord. That is what you were all able to see. So it is this blue map that shows the prison of Revel's End. And as he begins to go about the layout of it, you all will have access to this as you go about your business. Prisoner 13, he indicates, is probably like the 1 o'clock position of this what is that? That's hexagon. You would find her here. There are obviously going to be other prisoners as well. I advise you not to engage with any of them, as they are some of the most dangerous individuals to have ever walked this material plane. There is a guard path, which does walk every 4 minutes around the entirety of the prison. That is the yellow path that you can see. 1 second, this voice. And we're back. There are also guard towers on the exterior. There are 20-foot high walls. Getting in will not be easy unless you take a certain path, but I'm not your dad. I'm not going to tell you what to do. What I advise you all is to meet with Prisoner 13, convince her, kill her, not saying, do whatever you have to get this out. And then escape with the key. You can see where there's also storage. You can see where there's the armory, the kitchen, all these different areas as well. And then there's also a dock, which he points to. And then the surveillance area at the center as well. So again, he says this is a panopticon. It's made so that the prisoners can all be seen somewhat simultaneously, with the central area able to look and see all the prisoners at the same time. The dock is what I suggest you all accessing first. I can get you in under the guise of a new reinforcement batch of cooks or guards. I can get you dressed and replace certain guards or cooks, and you can infiltrate that way, or you can take more of a raid sort of approach, I suppose. Again, not going to tell you how to do your jobs. But if you choose to take my path, I can get you on a ship, I can get you clothing, I can get you in. I just can't necessarily get you out or help you once you're inside.
But the ship will be there for us when we are ready to leave.
There will be a signal that you should be able to send out, and one of my clan members will be waiting somewhat off a ways. It will take a minute or two to reach you, so I advise that you not be anything be hot on your heels as you are escaping. Or you at least be able to hold yourselves for a couple of minutes until a ship can arrive.
Perfect. I like the idea of cooks. What do you all say?
Cooks.
So the two things, if you do become a guard, you will be outfitted with some scale mail, a weapon. You kind of going out with guards. If you're one of the cooks, you basically just get a cook's outfit. You will have to smuggle in any type of gear that you have. So bear that in mind as well. If you're bringing in weapons, obviously a cook's going to be a little bit iffy bringing in a longsword. So just consider that as well.
So
As he's explaining that, I kind of tip. She's also wearing a flower crown. Kind of tip the flower crown to them, and assume the appearance of a chef in a fancy restaurant with the hat and the outfit and everything. Say, I don't think that will be a problem for me.
Well, enchanté. All right. Actually, let's go ahead and go around since we didn't do physical descriptions. So, Tallulah, flower hat. What else would we see if we... So, this tiefling perched on the back of this bench seating with a mango. What else would we see?
So she has a look that's akin to an old snake oil salesman, but fantasy style. She's got striped tights on, knee-high, medium brown leather boots. Instead of having a full duster, she's got a short jacket and then this leather wrap that's actually armor, but kind of has the look of a duster, where it laces around her waist but is open like the bottom of the jacket would be, and under is just kind of dark clothing. She even has a half tie, almost like an ascot sort of thing going on, and she's a seafoam green color to her skin and to her hair.
I love that. Kismet, while we're on the tiefling train, what would Kismet look like?
Oh, awesome. So Kismet is like a pale tiefling. They have it kind of like silverish skin and light blue crescent markings on their face that dips down across their eyes. And they wear robes of dark hues of dark blue and purple that hang loosely off of them. And they have one broken horn. Their horns are curled and one of them is broken. And they wear long wavy hair in a sort of like messy man bun sort of situation. And I do have a question as Kismet really quick. Do we have a choice individually to be either a guard or a cook? Okay.
Yes, individually. So if you do that, you will like split up, but obviously have a chance to meet back up. But it might give you, a different view of the prison here or there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, individually, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Kismet would opt for being a guard because I have many daggers that I would like to keep on me.
Sure.
And also in case one of our chef friends get caught in something, it'd be nice to have a guard friend that's like, oh, all right, I'll handle this. What's all this then?
What's all this? Exactly.
It's just me, guard A.
I'll handle them, friend guard.
I should also mention that if you do have a smaller character, which I will consider Kenku to be smaller, they can stow away in one of the supply boxes. So just in case Salmon wanted to do that. And while we're talking about Salmon, what is Salmon's physical description?
So Salmon is a Kenku, but they have a little bit of Finch on their mother's side, and so very, very colorful, like especially right around the beak has this like red tuft that goes up, and then it's almost alternating black and brown feathers, like as it goes down, not stripes, just like patches. And as for clothing, they wear a leather vest and a very, very vibrant, like a nice thick green jacket over top of the leather vest, and in general just has these if you're watching them, like at any given time, they are probably reaching into a pocket in that vest and just like fidgeting with something, like, oh, here's some string, just twirling it around a feather and pulling it every once in a while, putting that away and getting out a little cube that's multifaceted and spinning it around a little bit.
I love that. And lastly, Lucille, what is Lucille Ashero's physical description?
Yeah, so she's like a tall, waifish blonde woman. She's got short like platinum blonde hair, and her clothes they look pretty ready for adventure. She's got like one of those like pirate-ish coats with like the big sleeves and stuff, but they're also too well made to be truly an adventurer's gear. She comes from a noble background, so she's got the fancy clothing, and she wears at her waist just a belt with her trusty rapier at the side, just her thin sword. And I have a question for you, because I think she would also opt for the guard disguise, but I do, however, also have the cloak of elven kind. Is that something she would also be able to bring into the break-in, perhaps?
I would say so. As far as gear that would be non-standard to what you're bringing in, we will do a roll to see how well you can conceal it. I would say a cloak you would probably be able to like fold up enough that you could tuck it under your shirt and get away with it, or maybe even wear it because it's very cold, and a cloak wouldn't be out of the ordinary for that sort of thing. Wearing it around with your guard uniform might seem a little suspicious, but as far as smuggling it in, I think that's something that you would likely be able to do. Okay. So with all of that, he does mention a couple more things. The other thing to note, and he's kind of referencing the map, which is very Death Star-like, kind of spinning and hovering in front of you all of the prison cells and the red that is in that hexagon are anti-magic. No magic can go past that certain point where the door is to any of the other walls to the ceiling. No magic can pass through and successfully sustain within. And the other thing, stables, guards, counselors, guard towers. There was another thing, but I forget what it was. So we can come back to that once I remember. All right. If that is the path that you are willing to take, I will have a ship waiting for you at the docks in the morning with all of your outfits, and I advise you all to keep quiet. There will be other reinforcements on board. It will not just be all of you. So fit in as best you can and don't cause any trouble, perhaps until you're already inside, but be considerate about your trouble, I suppose. I did remember the last thing. That is the other thing. All of the doors and gates are all locked with an arcane lock. So no keys or lock picking will be able to open any of the gates, unless they are somewhat magical in nature. However, and at that point he does break the gem, and it breaks into 4 even pieces, and he hands one to each of you. This will act not only as an individual map, and if you played with it, you'll be able to see that it can pop up a somewhat smaller version of the map that you just all saw, but will also act as an arcane lock. So when presented to one of these doors or gates, will open them. That is all that I have for all of you. I appreciate your discretion throughout. If you get captured, you don't know me. Best of luck.
Before you go.
Yes.
She's, of course, going to want us to break her out, which seems like perhaps not something that is a goal of yours. Do you know of anything that might be worth it to her to trade for the key? Does she have any vices, penchant for drink, food?
That is a very good question. The thing about Corda, she's one of those people who had many vices and never found them to be wanting. As I understand it, she still is able to maintain a certain cozy lifestyle, even within the walls of Revel's End. I would say the one thing she values most is her life, but perhaps I'm just being unkind when I say that. I'm honestly not sure. I hate the woman with every fiber of my being. So I assume wealth and power or other things, or freedom is definitely going to be something. And honestly, if it means getting the key, set her free. But I would not turn my back to her.
On the topic of not turning our back to new potential friends, what are her capabilities other than successfully thieving from you and your clan?
Ooh,
It'd be nice to know it would be nice to know how to guard our own backs here.
Right. So he would tell you, let's see. She's an expert thief, burglar, assassin, any type of roguery or intrigue. She's one of the best I've ever seen. She was an amazing agent for the Gontalgrim until she turned on the entire city. She was able to convince others to work for her for any number of reasons, not just gold or influence. She's manipulative, she's cunning, and as I understand it, she still has, like I said, long-reaching claws in the greater world and potentially beyond the material plane when it comes to illicit activities.
Understood.
She does have a strong penchant for tattoos. She's covered in them.
I'm gonna make a note of that.
That's a good thing to make a note of.
As Val. Hee. All right, I have no questions. I'm ready for heist. Hee.
Okay. All right. Anything before we cut to the next morning? Cool. Okay. Well, let's see here. Change this. So the next morning arrives, and you are already in like a certain, like the town you are in is northern enough to where it is cold outside, not unbearably so. There's a little bit of snowdrift in the morning, and the sun hasn't risen, whereas in more warmer climates or warmer days, the sun would already be up. Mm-hmm. You all stand at the dock, waiting for the boat to come in. The outfits that you all basically requested for your particular guises were all left actually outside of your door with like brown paper wrapped package that said, for Tallulah, for Salmon. Salmon, what did you decide you were gonna be a cook?
So Salmon will still put on the cook garb.
Sure.
But is going to get into the box with like cans and stuff like that to hide.
Gotcha. Okay. So once we get on the boat and all the boxes are on there, we will absolutely deal with that. Okay. So for everyone else, for the prison guards, those who are going to be prison guards, you were presented with a very simple short sword and scale mail. So if you would like to, in your inventory, add scale mail and make that your primary armor. Otherwise, you were presented with simple chef's whites, perhaps a couple of stains on them. These definitely aren't completely new. And you also were given these heavy winter coats as you are now standing outside and waiting. And before long, the boat pulls up, and other people have started to kind of like gather and come around you. A lot of them seem to know each other, a couple of like smaller cliques, chefs talking to each other, a couple of guards, kind of like elbowing each other with jokes and stuff like that. And there's about 20 of you in total at this point. And the boat pulls up, and you can see that as it docks, there is a dwarven woman who has kind of walked down the gangway and is escorting everybody onto the boat. And as she sees all of you, she gives like a little two-pat as each of you walk up onto the boat. And you all have boarded a ship called the Jolly Pelican. And before long, set sail, heading north into the frigid unknown. What are all of you doing while you're on the boat? So I know Salmon was looking for boxes, but are all of you kind of like grouped together? Are you intermingling? What's kind of the vibe here?
Because we're here with actual guards and cooks and stuff, right? We're here with like actual staff members.
Yeah. This is like the rotation. So the staff is rotating out of the prison, you're rotating in.
Cool. So I don't think we'd want to be too conspicuous with meeting up, but maybe when folks are asleep during the trip, like at nights, we have team meeting inconspicuously.
Okay.
I'm trying to hide all of my daggers on my person at some point.
Yeah, so you haven't had to hide everything yet. You kind of assume that when you get into the prison, that's when you're going to be patted down. So absolutely, it does take about a day and a half for this boat to get to Revel's End. So in the evening, we can say that quietly enough, Bethra is the name of the dwarven woman, will come to each of you and kind of address any extra things. So for those of you who are going to be cooks, she basically tells, you're going to be escorted to the kitchens. The head chef there is named Tiny. It is an ironic name. Just don't raise any alarms. Don't address prisoners by their actual names. Don't be caught talking to prisoners for too long. Don't cast spells that are obvious. I will be waiting offshore. I'm assuming this is going to take you as long as it takes you. But I will be waiting offshore, out of sight of the watchtowers for 3 days. Once you have completed your mission, and she would give, let's see, who would want the signal for Bethra to come?
I think I would take it, not only being a cook, but also just because of my skill set.
Sure.
What is the signal? Like a flare?
She gives you a one-way sending stone.
One-way sending stone. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So if you need anything, I will be within range. You can ask questions. It could be conspicuous. If I hear anyone else's voice speaking directly to me, I will destroy the stone on my end. But when you are ready to be picked up, call in for me, and I will recognize your voice, and I will be there within 10 minutes. To the guards, she basically informs you, again, you're going to have to go to the, you're probably going to go on patrol. The guards are less concerned about other guards and more concerned with those that they see as not being part of the Brotherhood. So there's going to be plenty of different types. I'm not worried about the Kenku or the Tieflings. But just, again, don't be conspicuous. Be one of the guys, you know. Just don't.
I like to imagine, like, Kismet is very, very, like, even though mask presenting, definitely not one of the guys' material, and is just like outfitted in guard scale mail right now, like next to Lucille, and just tilts their head over, like, and it's like adjusting their posture to be more like bro-y, and it's not working.
Yes, we have Kismet and Lucille, who I believe was self-described as wafy, blonde, and noble. So this is
we picked a good role.
Yeah.
Might I ask a question?
Absolutely.
She presents that to the question from Lucille to Bethra. She goes, might there be, remembering the map that Varen showed us, might there be any potential for perhaps Kismet to use their skill set to enter the security room, the surveillance room, and perhaps perform some roguish behaviors in there?
Quite possibly, yes. The central surveillance room is a tower. So there is a watch at the very top and a watch at the very bottom. Absolutely, Kismet, you'd be able to access the door with your stone, and then I'm sure there are no shortage of roguish things that you could perform once inside. Doors and hatches use the arcane lock to enter. It is heated inside, but it is extremely cold outside. Please keep your coats on if you do go outside, and do not stay out for long. It is well lit within. There is continual flame on all of the internal braziers and lanterns. There will be 75 guards in total. And again, all prisoners are referenced by numbers, so there is also a level of suspicion that can be raised, and if you all raise too much suspicion, the lights, you will note, will go red, and it will go into high alert. And the worst is, well, I would say the best is that you get kicked out by the warden. The worst is that you never leave, for one reason or another. So, Salmon, if you are looking to get inside of a box, let's go ahead and have a stealth roll for that, please.
I'm looking for a box that has like cans in it. That way it's like it's not super suspicious that this is like twice as heavy as it should be.
Sure, yeah.
Wait, that's a investigation? No.
Stealth.
Stealth.
Yeah, we'll say it's easy
I'm
enough to find where all the
super good
boxes
at
are.
that.
This is being quiet enough while getting into a box of cans.
Rolled an 8, or I rolled a 17 plus 1 is 18. So
Fantastic. Yes, I would say that salmon, you look around, there is a barrel of pickles. You feel that maybe the smell would be a bit much, and also kind of hard to breathe in brine. You look around, and then you find it. It's canned sardines, and it works. You were able to shift the cans around to make a decent enough Kenku-sized hole, and somewhat uncomfortably, I will say, in the final hours of this ship docking, are able to place the lid of the box back over, and we'll do another stealth roll here as we begin to move inside, but no one has noticed that you have placed yourself inside of a box. I would say we'll say your party members at least are aware.
There's like a tiny little hole in the crate as well, where it's just like enough for your little Kenku beady eye to look out of.
Yeah, you get the fresh air. Okay, so as the morning turns into night, turns into morning once again, you're still a couple hours out as the sun is beginning to rise, where you're able to see what you were able to see. And perched on this high cliff as you are heading north, directly towards this prison, you are in the sea of moving ice. You see this stone fortress carved out of the mountain itself, the same kind of rock built into it. And it has the remains of the mountain as this like large blade that comes up behind it and seemingly blocks out a lot of the wind, but also some of the sun as well. So there's this looming shadow over this fortress as well. There is a large tower which extends from the top, several other towers which extend from the sides with these 20-foot walls, and you can see light peeking out from all these different arrow slits, from all these different watch points around the entire structure. And if you look close enough, you could even see the movement of guards, or like where the light between the arrow slits will flash for a moment, and there's seemingly movement on the other side. And with the time going by, with salmon having stored themselves away, let's go ahead and get some rolls for what you were going to hide and how you were able to hide it. So, Kismet, what will you be hiding? How will you be hiding it?
I'm hiding my basically all my weapons, my daggers and my cloak of protection.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're got short swords. So I think just my daggers. The short sword is a part of me. And my cloak of protection. I don't know if there's any other piece of inventory. And my thieves' tools as well, because I just realized being caught with my thieves' tools would probably be a bad look, actually.
Pretty frowned upon at a prison.
Yeah, I think so.
So how are you hiding this? Are you like tucking them into your armor? Do you have like a bag that you're carrying? What are we doing with these?
So I'm imagining with scale mail, I think what Kismet is going to do, I'm imagining this particular bit of schema has like leather bands on the sides, so they will be tucking the daggers right underneath there, so it's easy to pull out should shit hit the fan, but still be like well hidden. And the cloak of protection, I think they're just gonna try and like weave it between the thick winter coat that we have and our armor, so it's just an extra layer. It's just keeping nice and warm and cozy in this icy Arctic prison.
So go ahead and roll me sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Question. Oh yeah, I guess I will be wearing my skill for this, so I will roll it with disadvantage because I'm
I don't
during
think
this
sleight of
game.
hand is affected by disadvantage.
It
Right?
is.
Is it?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, weird.
It is. I just saw. So I was like, it's fine. I'll bite it.
Okay. Okay.
I do have advantage to use thanks to everyone's wonderful donations. Please keep them coming. Okay, the first roll is a 19. Disadvantage. Natural 20 for the second roll.
All right.
Nice.
What a rough roll. How dare you? Okay, yes. Very, very well tucked away, but also accessible nonetheless. I don't think anybody will be detecting these. Great. Lucille, what will you be hiding? How will you be hiding it?
Yeah, so I think similar to Kismet, I have the Cloak of Elvenkind, which only needs its hood up to have the effect. So if she can also kind of, weave it between the scale mail as a secondary layer and just attempt to hide it that way, I think that's the same deal.
Absolutely. I will also, this is a great instructional point, because you all might be even like around each other doing all this at the same time, you are all more than welcome to provide the help action as well to negate any disadvantages or to provide advantage. And actually that kind of even makes sense if Lucille and Kismet are like tucking their stuff away together, that one would be like, oh no, your tag's sticking out and try to so just throwing that out there. But yes, Lucille, go ahead and roll sleight of hand, please.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Would only be an 8, but I do have those advantages that were donated. Would that? So could I do that as a
more than
reroll?
welcome? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to try better on that one.
Come on, Lucille, I believe in you.
13.
Okay. A 13 is exactly what you have to hit.
Oh my god.
So,
thank God.
So yes, we will even say to kind of offer this real quick. Kismet, as Lucille is like tucking the cloak away, you notice that like the hood goes down, but then the back kind of drops out, and she hasn't noticed yet. And you just like quickly just like stuff it up and like get under the scale.
Oh, thanks.
I think the way Kismet does this, and it is a very like familiar sensation to like everyone in the party, is that their hands turn weirdly translucent, like ghostly, and they just kind of like help weave that through to your scale veil and it's like this cold phantom-y sensation as they help you out.
Yeah, everyone loves that cold hand on the small of their back.
Yeah.
Let's to Lula. What are you hiding? How are you hiding it?
So the way I have envisioned this is I'll take that long sort of like leather wrap and I'll do like a gird kind of thing where I'll pull it up and like tie it around. And I'm going to, how to disguise myself to just look really curvy. And I'm going to like loosely wear the actual clothing, like the cook's outfit over my clothing, but everywhere that like the size wouldn't make sense or the texture wouldn't make sense, it's just going to look like a really, really curvy person. So when they try to like do like the pat down and it's wider than it should be, it's like you're still feeling cloth, and then it's like getting into that sort of like they're going to be distracted territory. That's the thought there. That's the thought.
This absolutely gives me I'm going to reference a TikTok because I do from time to time. The people that have like the Pizza Hut aprons or the Starbucks aprons that will like tighten them around the waist and give themselves that hourglass. Yeah, that's definitely the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, that's what she's doing.
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand with advantage, please.
Okay. And with advantage, that's an 18.
Fantastic. Okay. So everyone has stored their things away. Some of you have stored themselves away, looking at Salmon. Okay, so the hours have passed. The ship has docked, the Jolly Pelican, and you all have stepped onto this very frigid, even as like the sun is kind of rising here, it does nothing to abate the very brutal cold around all of you. You can see that like there is somebody who is chipping away at ice to make sure that the dock is at least passable, but even so, you're kind of stepping around these very slick patches. and you look forward to see this very rickety kind of, but large, elevator built into the sheer wall that would lead up to the prison. It is a 100-foot drop, basically, from the cliff's edge of the prison all the way down to where you are now. So, are you all boarding the elevator? Is there anything any of you would like to do?
Elevator away.
Yeah, elevator.
All right. You all board
Pull the lever.
There's only one lever, fortunately. Yes. Yeah, we're not gonna Disney this, and not right now. Maybe later. The elevator with a shudder begins to rise, and again, this is like, I mean, it's not enclosed, so the wind is still just like biting through. Even with these heavier coats you've been provided with, everybody's kind of huddling together like penguins, trying to prevent this biting wind from breaking through the furs and the leathers and everything else. And it's a small eternity as this thing just shudders its way up the side of this cliff. It does reach the top successfully. You are all, fortunately, this thing does not break on this day. You all step off, and it is, let's see, what is the distance on that? So, what is it? About 25 feet to the front door. And I'm sorry, it was 160 feet drop to the elevator. I also want to take a second real quick. We just hit $100.69. Nice. So thank you all so much for your donations so far. The advantages are great. We will absolutely resolve that random encounter just when it matters the most. But yes, we are going to up the goal to 150 or 200. I'm gonna let my lovely production person handle that. And yeah, keep it coming. We really appreciate Jasper's Game Day. Is a great cause, and it supports a lot of folks in our community and the greater community at large. So yeah, we really appreciate all that you all have done. So yes, about 25 feet to the front, and it's this very large, almost like Jurassic Park style double metal door, rivets all throughout. There's frost on the outside of it. And as your group moves forward, there's a couple of guards that are kind of dressed in the winter coats as well. Their faces covered, they have these goggles, and they're ushering you all forward as the doors open. And as you all step inside, you feel immediately this great relief. It is just like this blast. It's like when you walk, from wintertime into like a convenience store or a mall or something. It's that blast of warm air. And it is just immediately comfortable that like you almost all break into a sweat. Those of you that can sweat. The second that you walk in, and like the coats for a lot of the other people around you begin to come off, and you look around to see that you are now inside of Revel's End. So what you see when you look around, very much matching to the map. You are in a rather narrow hallway, which you would know that on your right is where the guard station is, one of the guard stations. The left is the hospital, the infirmary. If you continue on straight, which you all would, you are presented with a T-junction where you can continue straight, you can go left, you can go right. The guards who are kind of standing there say, all right then, time to split off. Hooks off to the left, guards off to the right. And the group of you begin to split at this point. So there is still a path forward, which that's where the cells are. But you are going to be walking the outer edge where the cells, kind of like the back wall of them, would be. And yeah, are we splitting up at this point? Splitting the party into one shot. What a terrible idea. Okay.
It's strategic. It's a strategic idea.
So strategic. So
it's
I'm gonna
strategic. If we find,
we're gonna start with the cooks. So the cooks, as you head off towards the left, you are going to see that there is a door and all of these are marked. They're marked in most of the common languages. So there's common, and you can actually see as you're looking at it, it shifts. It's like it's a magical almost projection. So it will shift to Dwarvish, it will shift to Elvish, it will shift to Orcish, Goblinoid, Draconic. But you would see that it is labeled Courtyard, and there is a door that leads off on your left from there. As you continue on to kind of one of the points of the hexagon, there is the armory, and then finally you end up at the kitchen. For the guards, as you pass, you see that there is a large storage area. There is a meeting room, and then you all continue to the stable area, which is the very opposite end from where you began. And then you all are escorted into the far guard station at the far end. So you were actually somewhat close to the mess hall from where you are. So those in the kitchen, you walk in to see this rustic, but also like very clean type of prison kitchen. And let me get to where it talks about it here.
While you're looking for that, the path we take, does it give me the opportunity as a cook to see the cell for prisoner 13?
You would see probably the back of where you would know prisoner 13 is, but from where you're walking, it's not like there's a little window or anything. They're kind of escorting you in a way to where the prisoners don't see you.
Okay.
So you all would walk into this kitchen and see that there are a number of tables. There's, I mean, any type of like think of industrial kitchen, but more woods than metals. And there are already some cooks working their way away, as there are 6 cooks in total, including the 2 of you. And as you all walk in, there are already 6 cooks who immediately look up, put down what they're doing, like in the middle of doing something, and begin to walk out, and all nod to this rather large half-ogre man, who kind of looks down at all of you. Half-ogres, I mean, are about 7 feet tall. He's balding. He's got this full beard, this very large, brow ridge that extends outwards, these longer arms. And he looks down at all of you and he says, "Welcome to Revel's End Kitchen. I am Chef Tulane." And he has this enormous saucepan that he's kind of just like carrying around, like nothing in it, almost like that's his that's the stick instead of his carrot. That's what he threatens people with. It is a bludgeoning instrument. It has a couple of dents in it. I will also say that Salmon, you are also delivered. What I was saying, the 2 of you, Salmon, you were delivered to the kitchen in a box, so you would be able to hear this as you were being stacked next to where Tallulah and the other 5 chefs are. So Chef Tulane begins to show the cooks around and begins to assign them to doing things, literally picking up where the other people left off. Because you see that those chefs are already out the door, they are gone. It's kind of like, oh, if you missed the boat, congrats, you're staying here for another 3 to 6 months. So he indicates that there is the kitchen's cold storage room. He indicates the pantry. And as he's indicating these things, the boxes are still being moved. And Salmon, Tallulah, you would see the box that Salmon is being stored in the pantry, which is the northernmost room off of the kitchen. And yes, Tallulah, he assigns you to making the gruel for the day, or at least assisting in the greater gruel. So you will be chopping turnips for the foreseeable future. And
Fantastic.
He basically just points, and you would hear the other cooks say, "Yes, chef," as they are assigned to their duties.
Do I get the impression that the people who are sent here as cooks are sent here as a punishment or as part of like a prestige program? Or probably not, but
Yeah. Go ahead and make insight.
okay. Insight.
I remember my summer where I served at Revel's End.
Oh, a natural 20. So it's a 22.
Very well done. Very well done. These are just people looking for a job. These are probably people, I would compare these to people who work on like an oil rig.
Okay.
Because they're going out here for a few months. They don't have a lot of attachments back on the mainland. This probably pays better than most chef gigs do.
Hazard
But
pay.
these are, it's hazard pay, but it's also like you're not going to be part of the rest of society for a little while. You know, you don't get to go home. You get to stay here. Congrats. So in that sense, these are not like Michelin star chefs, but they're not the bottom tier either. They're just people looking for a job. But no, there's no shackles. There's not like a punishment sort of deal here. It is people who are willing. It's I put it in the same category as like you know, not a lot of people want to be again work on an oil rig. Not a lot of people want to be garbage men. This would probably end up on dirty jobs. You know, Mike Rowe would absolutely do a whole deal about working at Revel's End, and yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
so yeah, it's mostly just people. There's some talent here as well. You can see. And there actually is another cook who is across the table from you as you were chopping turnips. They are chopping onions, and you can see it is a half-orc man who has tears in his eyes as he is chopping these onions. And he looks up and he goes, "Welcome to the skillet."
Thank you. You know, if you bite a piece of bread, it helps.
Good note, actually.
Just breathe through your mouth through the bread.
All right,
And I'll
then.
flip the knife up like it, like, you know, somebody can flip something up and it'll spin and you catch it and then just like chop away, and trying to look like I'm really adept at chopping turnips.
100%. Sure. I'm not even gonna have a roll with that. That's just cool. Yeah, he's you can see that he is impressed as there's like this big smile that goes across his face. And he doesn't hold out a hand or anything because he's continues like, "My name's Ronald. What brings you here?"
Money. What about you?
Same. Yeah, same. Also, I wouldn't mind Chef Tiny too much. Don't call him that, Chef Tulane, but we all call him Tiny. He's decent enough. Just do what he says and don't muck it up too much.
Think I can handle chopping turnips?
They seem pretty good at it, yeah.
Thanks. I'm good with my hands. I'm definitely
Great.
like trying to make sure everyone around us can hear me being like personable, bubbly, stuff like that. Just kind of like generally get like a measure of how they react to that.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Let's say persuasion. This is like a general persuasion towards your personality to the greater room.
Okay.
I will give you advantage due to your knife flipping.
Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. That's 19 plus 26.
Nice. Yeah, I would say that as you kind of like peripheral vision look around, there are a number of people who are kind of looking up and just like nodding, like, "Oh, we finally got a competent one," you know, not like Jim from the last rotation who, you know, didn't even know how to boil water. So yeah, I think that you've got a level of a good impression, I would say, that you've made. Salmon, what are you doing? Are you hanging out in a box? Are you looking to get out? You are in a closed room. I would say that you were able to see through the slats. You've got your knot hole where you can peek your Kenku eye out. So this is, if you will reference your map, it is the top triangle off of the triangle that is the kitchen. So you are otherwise just in, it's not even cold storage, it's just dry pantry because you fortunately picked a dry good. What are you looking to do?
So once she starts hearing that there's like motion going on outside, like a regular amount of motion.
Mm-hmm.
So, people have started doing their jobs or whatever. She's gonna like carefully move as many of the cans as like started crowding, and see if she can wiggle that top off, and like nothing was put on top of her or anything. We don't have an El Dorado situation here.
Oh boy. Oh, do we? That's actually, that's good.
No, that's not what it
Oh no, Gonah, you give me an idea. I will say that it does kind of make sense that something small might have been placed on top of you. So I will tell you this. To make sure that it's not heavy, but to make sure that you are being quiet about this, especially with all the cans and everything, let's make this the next stealth roll.
Okay. 18 plus 1 is 19.
That's a pretty good roll. I will say you are pretty adept in moving these cans out of the way, and in also like sliding the lid of your box towards the wall to make sure whatever is behind doesn't like tip onto the floor and make a big clatter. So yes, you were able to open your box successfully and hop out should you like.
Yeah, I think he's gonna hop out, and do I have dark vision? Is it dark in here?
It is darker. I would say it's dim in here. There's like light coming from under the door, which somewhat lights it, but nobody else is in this room, so the particular light for this room is not on.
Okay, cool. In that case, like he's gonna get out, and he's gonna kind of like look around. Is what mostly is in here?
So you were in the dry pantry. So
Yeah.
Mostly you've got the stuff that doesn't need to be refrigerated. You have onions, you have potatoes, you have the canned goods, like the canned tuna that you were with, or the sardines, whatever I said it was. So yes, definitely some canned goods, the barrels of pickles, some barrels of wine, fresh water. It's everything in here is pretty stacked to make sure that they can fit as much as they can in what is relatively a small space.
So you said there were like onions and potatoes.
Yeah.
He's gonna dig through those and check and see, are there any like bad or rotten ones at the bottom of the pile?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's gonna take like just a bunch of those and gather them up in his arms.
Mm-hmm.
And like make his way. He's gonna open the door and got the last of the last batch of the bad batch. Got the last of the bad batch.
Okay, so
And
this
like
is
look around at all of these people that they don't know.
Yeah, so just all of a sudden a Kenku has shown up in Chef's Scribe. Okay. Yeah, let's wow. This is so bold. A couple of heads turn towards you, but the person that you notice first and foremost is Chef Tiny Tulane, who has a very like Hell's Kitchen type eye on everything that's happening, and he walks over, massive skillet in hand, cast iron, and just kind of like definitely looms over you. I mean, Kenku don't even get 4 feet tall, and this is a 7 foot tall individual.
My feathers poof out just a little bit.
Why are you holding potatoes?
Bad batch.
Then dispose of them and get back to work.
Don't miss the boat.
This is why I asked for no Kenkus. And he just, please go stir something, cut something. Dispose of those. Please get back to work.
Salmon is gonna take the goods and like very awkwardly as possible, like accidentally knocking things over and just generally making a ruckus as they dispose of the potatoes, and like there's gunk all over them that they're like trying to wipe off, and they go over and start stirring the soup.
And before we cut over to our guards and go to break here as well soon, you will see, and actually here, Chef Tulane bangs the skillet on one of the tables to kind of get your all attention. He says, "All right, listen up. Breakfast is in 30 minutes. Get everything ready. Get it plated. Timer starts now." And he kind of looks at an imaginary watch because they don't have this. And you see that everybody starts like moving a little bit faster at that point. Okay. When we come back from break, we will cut over to the guards and see what they potentially have going on. But in the meantime, go do the things. Take care of yourself. Get up, stretch, hydrate, all that kind of stuff. We will be back in about 10 to 15. So we will see you then. Thanks for sticking around. Welcome back, everybody. We're excited to have you here. We're excited to be here. Welcome back to Prisoner 13. This is an adventure module from the New Woods of the Coast book. He's from the Golden Vault, which is a bunch of heist and breakout kind of stuff. And this is a prison break game. And we are raising money for Jasper's Game Day. And we are also doing some instructional D&D kind of stuff. So if any of those things appeal to you, great. This is a perfect place for you to be. We have already raised a great amount of money for Jasper's Game Day. Definitely appreciate all that you've donated so far. Please keep it up because it is a great cause to donate to, and you can also impact this game in any number of ways. You can get thank yous, you can give advantages, you can give crits, you can also give surprise encounters, all different types of things like that. So let's jump back into it. We had just sent our fake chefs off to be fake chefs with half ogre Gordon Ramsay, and now it is time for our fake guards to be fake guards. So to my fake guards, to Kismet and Lucille, you are escorted down this hallway to the far end guard station, and it is a somewhat smaller room. When you go in, there are just 3 guards kind of sitting there. They seem to be on break, playing cards. Couple of weapons line the wall, but not a lot. You kind of get that the armory, which you had noted on the map, to be in the like upper right hand corner, like the 1 o'clock position of this panopticon is probably where most of the weapons are stored. But there is still a woman standing before you, and she is in definitely nicer armor. She is in half plate, to where you all are in scale mail, and definitely has some regalia to her. And she stands with her arms behind her back, and she says, "Welcome. It is wonderful to have some fresh faces here at Revel's End. I am your head jailer." And she doesn't necessarily give like her name, but you can see that it's what is it? It's Ella Damarax is the name, and she is a human woman, and she has this short cropped blonde hair. I think very Brienne of Tarth. Like this is a larger, like well built woman who definitely has seen combat in the past, and this is probably like her retirement, but like if she retired at 42. And yeah, there's definitely a sternness to her. I expect all of you to do your utmost best to keep this prison running smoothly, efficiently, and safely. If you have questions at any point, please ask. I prefer you to do that rather than die at some sort of unfortunate way from any of these prisoners. Never forget that we jail the most dangerous people in Torin. Are there any questions immediately before you receive your assignments? Great.
Yeah, Kismet is not asking any questions. They're standing super still because we need to be inconspicuous. We need to blend in with the rest of the guards. So no questions here.
There is a guard that does raise his hand, and younger guy, human male. Can we ask any of the prisoners why they were imprisoned here? And she walks up again, hands behind her back, little smile breaks on her face. She backhands him, and she goes, I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. Ask any questions as long as they aren't stupid questions.
What?
Very well then. Your assignments. And she begins to hand out like little slips of paper that and the guards immediately start walking in different directions. And we can say Kismet, Lucille, you were standing next to each other. We can say that you were kept grouped. She hands the last two pieces of paper to you. Looks as if you two will be stationed in the Panopticon. Keep a good watch. Do not fall asleep. And stay safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And she nods to you both, and you, I presume, walk out of the room. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God. I don't want to get hit.
No. No.
So I will say this: you are guards. You technically can, because I mean, no one's babying you right now. You can check out other stuff on your way to the Panopticon. You can go straight there. What would you like to do?
We were in the armory, you said?
You were at the very bottom left point of the hexagon. So
Okay.
Yeah, let me pull up. There we go. I'm sorry, the bottom right. So you were right across from where the stables are.
Okay.
So you could essentially walk straight to the Panopticon, which is the surveillance area right there in the center. Or you could take a long way there.
Cool. I think because we can make our mosey our way over, we can like hop on towards the mess hall and kitchen and see if we can catch the other two so that they know where we're stationed. So we could like where's my lovely little ruler? We can make this sort of route up past the mess hall, past the kitchen, and then see if we can make it very obvious to the other two that we're stationed at the Panopticon, and then go there and figure out how to make it not do the thing it's meant to do, so we can heist the person.
Yeah, I like that plan. I like that plan.
I like the plan of we'll find out what to disable when we get there. I don't know what's there, but
smash some control boards.
I believe in us.
So Lucille, Kismet, you go walking towards the kitchen. It is right about this time, between everything, with orientation, all that kind of stuff. We can say this is right about the time that breakfast is being served to the prisoners. So the kitchen staff begin to walk out just about the time that you all hit that junction point right next to the armory. And they all begin, the kitchen staff, and we can say that Salmon and Tallulah, you all are kind of following in line. You all have been like given trays with several bowls of this breakfast gruel, and you all are ushered into the central area where now you can see all of the cells. And you can see all 24. Not all of them have people in them. Some of them have people doubled up. There are 36 people in total, if you were to look all the way around. I'm not going to make it count. And you would absolutely be able to see at least the cell door for prisoner 13. You might not be able to see her from inside, from the angle that you're at. But The clockwise, the kitchen staff begin to rotate around and divvy out bowls, there's a little like slot where you can place a bowl on the outside. And they're either placing one bowl if there's one person inside, two if there's two people inside. So Lucille and Kismet, you all might kind of like flow into that because it's a 10-foot hallway, but that's where you're headed as well. So you would have a brief moment to chat with Salmon and Tallulah if there's anything you wanted to get across to them.
Can Lucille, I think she would, maybe in an effort to be too discreet, she would see them and try and give like some hand signals just in like the direction of the panopticon, but they make no sense whatsoever. She's like,
solid, yeah.
That's kind of her move.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I think there's a group of them, or is it just the two of them for the guards?
It is just the two of them that are headed the same way you are.
Okay.
Yeah, they are not where they are supposed to be.
Doing great.
Love it. I think I'll just kind of like smile in acknowledgement while being like, not really sure what she was getting at there, but I see you, friend, kind of like that.
Great. So as the cooks are kind of wrapping around, as Kismet, you and Lucille are hitting the center, a door actually opens on the panopticon, and it is the bottom right door, and an elven woman kind of pokes her head out and points at the two of you, the two guards, and says, "Getting lost on your first day is not a good look. Get in here now. Come on."
Yes, ma'am. And we'll skedaddle quickly inside.
Yeah.
Can this is something that everyone can hear, right?
Oh yeah.
So still doing the like disguise looking super curvaceous. I'm just gonna wink at the person who like yelled at them and make it seem like I was distracting them or something like that. To kind of like take the heat off of them.
Very good. So Kismet and Lucille, when you get inside and the door is shut behind you with this heavy metal clank, this elven woman looks at the two of you and says, "Fraternizing with the cooks is a no-no. I don't care what they look like, and honestly, I'm only partially blaming you. But I would, if you want to have any sort of success here, keep it to yourselves."
Yeah.
Yes,
As you're in the panopticon, what you can see now. So it is this, again, it's like a smaller hexagon inside of a larger hexagon, right? You can see that there is a circular stairway, which is at the very center, almost like the spine of this tower that goes upwards. And you can see in the surveillance hub, there are several guards. There are all these arrow slits all around the hexagon. There's at least 2 per wall. And there are guards who are taking a moment at each of these walls just to kind of keep an eye. Some of them have, a way that they're leaning. Nobody has a chair that they're sitting on because this is just as bad as retail.
Fantastic.
But they are all observing the cells on the outside, and especially watching as the cooks are presenting food. Several of them have heavy crossbows that they have aimed just in case somebody gets a little handsy. There is also a metal desk, which is situated towards the center of the room as well, kind of like near the stairs. And there are a myriad of switches and dials and a brass tube with a funnel flare. So think of like a brass instrument, like where it has that tube on the end where the sound actually comes out. There's that attached to the table as well. And nobody is currently sitting at that table, but it does, like I said, have a bunch of switches, controls to it that nobody seems to be messing with right now. So again, you see that there are currently 5 guards including the elven woman, you all would make 7. And let's see, we got the arrow slits, and that's what you see. So she addresses the 2 of you and places you both at the 2 arrow slits at the top right of the hexagon. So you'll actually be looking somewhat towards prisoner 13's cell. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything you all would like to do while you're in here?
So the whole setup is on the bottom floor because there's a staircase, right?
The staircase goes upwards, so there is a floor above you that you cannot see what is there. And you would know that that's the tower. So you saw like this tower kind of hulking above the rest of the prison. You're in the bottom floor of that tower.
Okay.
Wonder where that goes.
Yeah,
That means there might be other people above us. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. This is great, but also I hate this. I think what Kismet's gonna try and do for now is take a look at what prisoner what prisoner 13's up to from here, just to see how much we can discern from here.
Right. So I will give this to everybody, as the cooks are also making their rounds. To Lula and Salmon, you all would be passing by prisoner 13 as well. So Kismet and Lucille would also clock the 2 of your companions moving about and handing out the gruel. It is dark in all of the cells. The cells themselves are not lit in any magical way. Again, they have anti-magic fields. So there is a lot of shadow that kind of extends from where the panopticon itself is lit, very well lit. And then like the ceiling casts this long shadow into the cells. But as prisoner 13 comes to the cell door, you all would see the same thing. She is this very strong looking, well-built, sinewy dwarven woman, covered in tattoos. She has short red hair, like cherry red hair. And when I say covered in tattoos, I mean neck. She has stuff around her eyes. She has stuff on her chin. They go all down her arms. She is wearing the same thing that all the prisoners seem to be wearing, which is this simple robe with simple slippers that, have no ties to them. There are a couple of pockets. She has ripped the sleeves off of her robe to further expose several of her tattoos. And they are all different colors. There's some different styles, but most of them are very clearly that like hard edge, hard line, dwarven, very square geometric kind of design. And you can see even as the robe kind of cuts down, there's her clavicle, her chest all have tattoos as well. And she steps into the light just briefly to grab the gruel, and then steps back out just as quickly.
What does the gruel look like? How do I what is the presentation of? Is it just like slop in a bowl? Is there any garnish,
so
different
like
colors?
There's
porridge.
a tiny sliver of carrot and a single parsley placed directly in the center.
There you go. Okay.
I would love to, if I could have, while we were plating things up, specifically made the carrot and parsley garnish look as much like a key as possible.
Okay.
Like a couple little extra flakes.
I will say it that then she sees that, and if you're sticking around to kind of clock that and be like, hey, that's me, I'm not sure anybody's necessarily going to notice that, especially since the 2 who are watching you are part of your group. But there's an eyebrow raise and a little smirk, and then she goes back into the shadow. Okay. So after food has been dispensed, you all are escorted back to the kitchen, where preparation for lunch then commences. So let's go to my cooks. What all are you doing? Are you just going with the plan, or What does the day look like for y'all?
I think I would kind of go with the flow, continue trying to not keep all eyes on me, but just generally be like distracting but super efficient, so that nobody's not getting their work done, but that if my friend wanted to get up to shenanigans, I would definitely be kind of like keeping attention towards me. And we'll again do whatever I can to lunch gruel, create some sort of like sigil design or whatever that's not super obvious, but is something that would be noticeable to a person who has nothing else to do with their day.
Sure. Okay. Salmon, anything for you?
So when we were passing out the gruel, like, was it just the two of us that were on that particular mission, or were there?
Every cook in the kitchen had trays of bowls that they were handing out. So you would have seen all the other cooks, you would have seen all of the other prisoners as you kind of like wrapped around and did a clockwise around the panopticon to divvy out bowls, and then were escorted back to the kitchen.
Okay. This is a multi-step plan.
Sure. As it probably should be.
One step, get the key.
Plans
done
upon
and done.
plans
Yeah,
upon plans.
You all win. You got the key. Gonah says so.
So there was the cook that was like kind of flirting with Tallulah earlier.
Yes.
I assume like Tallulah has continued such flirtations. Like, I'm not gonna say centered on any one particular person, but like Bread Onion Boy seemed to enjoy that attention.
Ronald did not mind the curvy tiefling. I think if I could speak on Ronald's behalf, a curvy tiefling is not something that many of us could potentially say no to.
So like, I'm not gonna role play it out, but essentially she's going to like indicate that like, I think Tallulah's into you, and offer for Tallulah to go with Ronald, and for Salmon to go with Ronald, whoever Ronald had been walking with.
Okay, sure. So yes, you then would get paired up with just this half-elven woman who is tired, has probably been working a longer shift, and has maybe been doing something a little more labor-intensive. But yeah, no, absolutely, you two could certainly get paired off that way.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So if that's all done easy, I'm gonna do a bit of sleight of hand to make it so that that one bowl is left like on the counter instead of going onto the tray.
Sure. Yeah, especially with a chef that kind of looks over everything. Go ahead and roll sleight of hand.
Okay.
Come on, Salmon, I believe in you.
So I rolled a 3. I have +3. That's a 6. I'm using my advantage.
I think
Thank
that's
you
a
so
good idea.
much to whomever donated that.
So just because we're saying a lot of numbers and never really described these too well. Success is based on a scale of typically of 0 to 20. There are bonuses and all that sort of stuff. 10 is like average, human average. Most humans would be able to complete this. 5 is, why are we even having this roll in the first place? It was easy enough to open that door. 15 is, hey, this was a little bit difficult, but you got it. 20 is like, wow, that was really difficult. Maybe like sub-Olympic level of difficult, but you did it. 30 is like, you might be a demigod, and higher than that is you're just breaking the laws of reality.
So we're gonna try that again. Oh, nat 20
There
plus
we go.
3.
Ooh,
Okay.
Nice.
Let's go.
Salmon, you are able to like very deftly like toss a bowl onto the counter, sending it spinning, but also sending it to where like a cloth flips on top of it to cover it up, to where like it's very clear that somebody would have missed this because it got covered up. Something obscured this object from everyone else's vision. Oopsie doopsies. You did, great roll. Okay.
And like the last part of this plan is if we can somehow shuffle it so that prisoner 13 would be the last person that we have to deliver to.
Sure.
I don't know what you would want me to roll for that, for like persuade them to mix it up. We're gonna spice it up a little bit.
I like where you're going with this. What I really like is, let's say that every prisoner has specific silverware attached, like given to them, like specific bowls and things. There is a bowl for prisoner 13 just to make sure that nobody's like cleaning their bowl and then lining it with poison so they can off the person on the other side of the prison. So we can say that you sectioned out prisoner 13's bowl, and that was the one that you kept hidden, making them the last person to get fed in the afternoon.
Okay.
So with that, please, go on. I don't want to cut off your plan.
We get to the very end. You said that my half-elf friend, who I'm sure Salmon has learned the name of, but I don't need to know, is very tired.
She is, yes.
Like Salmon just looks at the tray and like does this whole thing of like looking for the bowl and looks back up at the half-elf and says, I need this soup for my family. And essentially like says, I must have left it. You go back and I'll just deliver this one real quick. You look like you need a nap.
Yeah, so we can even say that you do the go to sleep song, just like chirping with your beak, and Nora, we can say, is the half-elf woman, goes, I get it, that's fine, yes, okay, all right. And she walks out with the trays, leaving you to be the last one in the kitchen.
Okay, I'll take the bowl and I will try and hand deliver it to prisoner 13.
Before we get to that, because that was a couple hours worth of activity, and I do want to see my guards who are in the surveillance area. Is there anything that you all are doing? Any chit chat? Any investigation?
Yeah, so I think because we're like huddled in our little corner, right? How are the acoustics in this room in terms of like, is it gonna be like the Taj Mahal where I will speak into a corner and everyone's going to hear it, or like
I will say, depending on a good enough stealth roll, you would be able to whisper and not be overheard. But yeah, it's not like this is a dead noise zone where the stone is made so that it absorbs all the sound, but it's not super reverberating. It's a smaller room, but it is stone.
Okay, I think Kismet would whisper to Lucille, and just will say, okay, brain's going between two places right now. And Kismet is doing this thing that y'all would be really familiar with, where he like leans his ear, like they lean their ear out as if they're like listening to someone talk to them. And as they do that, they kind of go like, yeah, I'll get to that. And then turn back and like speak to you and say, two things. The magic field, want to know what that's about, but also those buttons and very, very clear alarm system, I also want to know about. And maybe fuck with. And then leans out, ear out again. Yeah, definitely fuck with.
And I think I'll attempt to whisper back. I'll be like, so then we divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to check out the buttons?
Sure. I personally would love to check out the buttons.
I really would love to check out the buttons.
Okay. So you all are, there's other guards in here. There is chit chat between them. Let's say you can absolutely just like kind of take a stretch, take a walk around. Every now and then somebody will step away from their arrow slot and just take a stretch. You can absolutely walk by and give me perception or investigation. And we can see what you pick up from this table.
Awesome. Kismet's gonna get up and do doctor mandated stretches. There's a reminder to everyone in chat to also stretch as you're enjoying our lovely show. And as they're stretching, I would love to make an investigation check. As Kismet, where's my D20? There you are. Ooh, that's very nice. That is a dirty 20.
Okay.
+4.
So what you pick up is there are, I would say, 4 different types of instrumentation on here.
Okay.
The first one, the one that is most obvious, is that kind of trumpet-looking device, almost like the head of a Victrola. With a roll as good as you had, this is probably some sort of loudspeaker.
Okay.
The next one is almost like a dimmer switch, and it is brass, and it's a bit chunkier. It's almost like a larger lever that has several different incrementations on it. And what languages does Kismet speak?
Good question. I'm gonna find out. Common, Infernal, and Thieves' Cant.
Okay.
Not helpful here.
Unfortunately not. Yeah, I would give you, it's a dimmer of some sort. There's a word that is in Dwarven on this. This is probably Dwarven make, from what you can tell.
Okay.
The next one has, I would say this one's easy enough to figure out. There's 24 switches. This is probably, each of these would relate to one of the 24 cells and all have an indicating number on them. Again in Dwarvish, but you could maybe figure it out. That was the... So yes, I'm sorry, there were 3 main things, because then it's the console as a whole. So yes, those were the 3 main instrumentation on this otherwise metal table, which is kind of built into the foundations.
Cool. Very nice. Kismet makes all the notes in there, and I think it kind of like how it looks like is they like glance over and look at all of the instrumentation, lean their ear out as if they're listening to someone, and then walk back towards Lucille and say, good news. Kind of know what it's about. They're whispering, by the way. Bad news. Don't know it like a Dwarven. And she also doesn't know it like a Dwarven, so...
I do.
Well, as a Dwarven, you want to take a look.
Okay.
And then I will explain, without having to take up too much time role-playing and while whispering, that there's a loudspeaker of some sort, some sort of dimmer switch with Dwarven make-in language on it, and switches for each of the cells, and I think Kismet would make this point of like, I don't know if that's a haha, let's open all the doors switch, or if it is meant for the arcane field.
Sure.
Or both. It could be both.
Or
we
both.
shall see.
So is Lucille gonna do a little like stretch and peek too?
Is that something I can attempt?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and perception or investigation, please.
Okay.
We can make it inconspicuous. It can be a helpful 30 minutes after Kismet has done it, you know?
Yeah.
Lucille going
We
like,
space it out.
No. Stretching is a good idea. You're right.
You're so right. Okay, cool. Let's try. You said perception or investigation, right? Let's do
Please.
perception. Okay. Ooh, that's real bad. That's real bad. That's a 3.
Okay.
We do have a thing for you if you want to use it. I think.
Do we?
I think so. I'm trying to remember.
Yes,
too.
Eva says yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try that. Try that again. That was.
Go for it.
Come on. 5. It's just not going well for me.
I will give you a devil's bargain, especially using a resource like this.
Okay.
I will let you see what it is, but I will say that it will raise 1 level of suspicion.
Okay.
Okay.
I wasn't very subtle with it.
Yeah. So you literally just like stopped and we're just like staring right at it, reading through everything. Even if you know another language, sometimes it takes you a second to go, what is that? That makes the PH sound. That's right. Yeah.
Is it possible to cover for myself or try to cover for myself?
With a 5, I'm going to say that's the bargain.
Gotcha.
You can read it, but there's going to be a downside to it. So what you're able to pick up is absolutely. Kismet had it. That is a loudspeaker. The dimmer is a light control, which can turn off the lights, all of the lights in the prison. But especially the pan off. It's like for when they go down for sleep. It's to turn the lights off. And then the gate controls. Kismet absolutely did have it. There is an individual gate control for all of the cells, and then there is a master control at the very top. So that is what all of the instrumentation is for. And I will say, as you're doing this, the elven woman who is kind of in charge of the surveillance area sees you gawking and kind of yells at you. She goes, "Get back to your post and stop staring. This has nothing to do with you."
Very quickly do what she says. Skedaddle away.
If the warden comes down here and sees you all not doing your job, then it's my head and then it's yours. And when she says warden, she like gestures upwards, like towards the stairway.
Ooh, thank you.
Okay. So speaking of the loudspeaker, it gets to be just about lunchtime. We're going to go ahead with Salmon's plan. I should have mentioned this before, but the elven woman gets on the loudspeaker and says, "Lunch being delivered, stand back from your cells," and you would all kind of hear it echo throughout the Panopticon area. And again, the cooks, you're all ushered out. Tallulah, you're paired up with Ronald as everything kind of gets distributed out, and he's chatting with you a little bit, whether you're being nice and listening or not. I leave that to you. Everything is distributed around. Again, you would see Prisoner 13, who is eyeing you a little more intensely this time. Is kind of like tracking you. Salmon, as you go out to bring the food to Prisoner 13, who was not presented with any lunch, what would you like to do? And you are muted, just as a heads up.
Honestly, I didn't think I'd get this far. It's at that moment that Salmon remembers that they're real bad at the talkies.
It kind of works. It's just a little guy. It's just a little guy. You forgot
just a little guy.
It's just a little guy. Not gonna hit a little guy.
So he goes up to the door and like has soup. And just kind of like, "Oh, I would like to apologize for the soup," and hands that over to Prisoner 13. The key.
She takes it. When you say the key, is that in Varen's voice?
Yeah, it's in Barnes, but like, the key to good health is the soup.
She would recognize the voice of Varen. So there's like a look of shock in her face, and then a look of confusion as you finish your sentence. And she takes the bowl and she just kind of smiles and she goes, "Thank you." Are you still just like standing there?
Like I'm trying. If you think of anything else you need, the key to getting a hold of me is the soup.
Aha. Okay then.
And then
I'll
she steps
keep
out, she
that
closes
in
the
mind.
door, and she leaves so fast. This went terribly.
I think it
Okay.
went beautifully.
So since it is about lunchtime and you all are due for your union breaks, these are union jobs. Congratulations.
I'm so glad we get union breaks just
Hell
from
yeah.
the vibes alone. I was like, do we get a break?
You all are the newest, which means that you do get the last break in the rotation, but
Right.
it does mean that you all get the same break. So as rotations kind of go around and you all are replaced here and there as things kind of quiet down, the kitchen gets a certain level of prep and then starts rotating out certain cooks here and there. You all are escorted towards the mess hall, which is at the southern point of where the kitchen is. So you can access it through that guard shack there. You can access it through the kitchen, but the mess hall is for everybody. And you can see that there is like a little bit of clickiness to it where the guards sit together and the cooks sit together, a little bit of intermingling. You were presented with somewhat finer food than the prisoners received. But where are you all? It's kind of like, cafeteria style, bench style. So are you all sitting together? Are you sitting separate? This is potentially a good time to share what you've learned and plan further, but also be quiet about it.
Because it's like bench style, I think what Kismet would want to do is find one of the benches where it's like, we've got some of the new guards here, so at least we're keeping up the brotherhood part of it, but we're too scared to hang out with the big boys. But we're still kind of like hanging out with like the cooks because we're bonded through the sheer connection of being new to this place and not knowing what
Sure.
the fuck we're doing.
That tracks.
Like same table, but like there's a space, so
Yeah.
we're on the
it's
same
like the
bench.
tiniest little gap between the two benches
Yep.
because we're gonna squish together.
Yeah.
I would say the benches are for people. So when Tallulah goes to sit with the other three, like Ronald's following closely behind you and sees that and goes, "Oh, that's fine. I'll see you in the kitchen."
You know what I'll do actually? I'll just kind of like pat the table and I'll say something like, I'll catch up with y'all in just a minute. And I'll go sit with Ronald for a bit just to keep up the guise of it not being too cliquey, like all four of us being seen together all the time.
Sure.
And I will go sit with Ronald for a while.
He has a lot of firm opinions about knife sharpening.
You know what? That's fair. So do I actually.
That's okay. You have so much in common.
Your favorite kind of whetstone to use?
Arkansas whetstone.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, he also is in the party that believes that if you're cutting a tomato, you should use a bread knife instead of a standard slicing knife because it just makes more
Doesn't
sense.
smell. Yeah, it doesn't smush the tomato that way. Of course,
Exactly. Yeah,
absolutely.
beautiful. Okay.
I'm learning things. Okay.
Yeah.
So while we can say that Ronald's ego is settled just fine, so Tallulah returning to the rest of the group, anything you all would like to plan, share, or chat about?
I mean, I think I would like us, hopefully Kismet to chime in as well, the information we gained about all the different switches. So in case Salmon and Tallulah have ideas too, they are fully aware of all that.
I like to think of this happening when Ronald's like excused themselves to go to the bathroom and I just kind of like pop back over. And I don't think I have like gleaned too much information, so for me sharing isn't like as crucial, but I'll just my plan is just to keep as many eyes on me as possible. But I did get a good look at them, and they did recognize the sort of message that I left in their gruel. And that's basically all she has to say. And she'll listen to whatever she can before she has to hurry back over to the other table.
Yeah, I think Kismet would share like not only about the controls, but also the fact that that central area is kind of where a lot of the big manpower is, especially Warden is. And they would say that maybe a potential game plan is to get the lights, create a state of confusion, and then once we do that, Kismet break the, because if I'm not, we went into the, I should have asked this first actually before saying the plan. The doors for the surveillance areas, they're doors, right? They're not like some sort of like open entryway or something.
Correct. So those are locked by the same arcane locks that all the other doors are locked by, except for the prison cells. The prison cells have that very specific like table that opens them.
Fantastic. Arcane locks, finicky as hell. I would like to break them. So the plan is create a state of confusion. We exit, break them. So the main central pillar people can't exit. Get Prisoner 13 out and then skedaddle. That'll be like Kismet's rough plan.
Okay.
Of like where their mind is at. And yeah, I think that's about how much Kismet's gonna share.
Okay.
Could we try maybe a soup trade first? And if she's not keen on trading for something, then we enact that plan?
I'm down for that. It's just hard for us to communicate while we're in here, so
Absolutely.
we're just gonna have to shoot from the hip a little bit.
That's fair.
What about you, Salmon?
Salmon is basically just going to nod and agree, and
Finger
when
guns at us!
when they make the finger gun noise, or the finger guns, like they also make little gun noises.
Nice.
I love them so much.
I love them so much. Nothing can hurt Salmon.
So what is the current plan right now? Is it to it's going with Kismet's idea of basically causing state of confusion, breaking open one of the doors, and then just like getting Prisoner 13 out?
I think we at least wanted to try negotiating with Prisoner 13 first.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, Cook.
Team Cooks are gonna try engage with the prisoner. If that doesn't pan out, then the plan is the 3-step plan to victory
Yeah.
for Team Guard is to very much create like a state of confusion, as if it's like a state of emergency in the prison. Kind of fuck up the main doors so that they can't exit, civilians fucks can't escape.
Gotcha.
At least physically, okay. So that the only thing we have to worry about is the arrows, the arrow slits, and then break Prisoner 13 out. And I think while they're trying to communicate with Prisoner 13, I think what Lucille and Kismet probably would try to do is figure out the magic shenaniganry. Because if we can get our magic-y friends able to magic, that would be very nice.
It's true.
So when you say able to magic, do you mean just like without being seen?
In general, so like both like if they needed to use spells to like cast on Prisoner 13 for what I don't know what their spell list is, so whatever
Sure.
they can use that it'll go undetected and unpinged by everything,
Gotcha.
or in the worst case scenario, like be able to maybe use it in a combat scenario if we're caught that way and not be fucked over by the system in that way.
Yeah, I would say you can cast spells everywhere except for in the cells themselves.
Yeah.
So
I guess I'm worried about a cornering scenario potentially
Sure.
happening while they're negotiating with prisoner 13 and they're
Sure.
stuck in the cell.
Okay. Let's see. So let's have the negotiation happen first. So we can say that with this plan in place, with the potential to chat later, because we are getting towards like middle of the afternoon, evening at this point. So for my cooks, how are you planning to negotiate? What is your plan for that look like?
I think it might be one of those things where so we deliver the food. How are the bowls retrieved? How are the bowls and cutlery retrieved? Does that happen afterwards? Do we come back and do that? Do others come back and do that?
I would say that's probably an end of the day sort of thing. So there's probably like 3, meal settings for each of the different cells for each of the different prisoners. And so at the end of the day, everything's gathered and dishes are all done in like one big go at the end of the day.
Okay. I think if I had a moment to chat with Salmon on the way back, and during the rest of lunch, I think I would flit over to a couple of other tables and just try to make small talk with people too, so the bouncing back and forth didn't seem too weird. Like, she's just a
Sure.
little overly friendly and hasn't like figured out that people here don't like that yet, or something like that.
Yeah, you meet a couple of humans, a dragonborn. There's even a bugbear here. There's all different types who are looking for work here.
Okay. And at some point when we're kind of making our way back to the kitchen, maybe like mention taking like a restroom break or something and nab Salmon and pull them aside and say, so here's what I'm thinking. Dinner, we strike up a conversation about things that we want, talking about things that we are excited to buy when we get back from this detail with all of our money, and try to like see if we can get them to hint at something that they would want, so then when we're picking up the dishes, they can put the key in, we can maybe slip something to them, and then done. How's that sound?
That sounds
perfect. This is like whispering in a bathroom somewhere or something like that, like when we're by ourselves.
we're like over by the vent and like burning something, so it looks like we're just having a smoke break and trying to hide it.
Yeah, for sure.
I love that. Yes. Perfect. So that's our thought, is see if we can't like communicate in like not code in front of them and figure out what it is that they would trade.
What languages do we have between Salmon and Tallulah?
I have forget.
Common, Draconic, and Elvish.
Okay.
Just looking for languages on this sheet. In description.
Are you on D&D Beyond?
Yeah.
In that case, it should be on the like main page, lower left-hand corner.
Oh.
Yeah.
Common and Infernal. That's why I couldn't find it. It's over the corner.
Okay.
There.
Okay, so not a lot of shared languages between the two of them, unfortunately. But it's maybe something we could work with. Okay. So you all are going to try to like just catch a moment to chat with prisoner 13. We can also say that Kismet and Lucille have at least let you know that like they're the ones who are looking out on you, so you would have just an extra moment as well. So we can say, the hours go by, dinner gets prepared, head chef Tiny again escorts you all. He is never one to go out with you all. He kind of just like waits there with the massive skillet. But I will say, if you all did want to chat, Tallulah, we have Salmon. Everybody else has kind of moved past. Maybe something's taken you an extra second or two. You have a few moments to chat with Prisoner 13, should you like. With Kismet and Lucille, I will say that you were able to listen in on this as well.
Okay, so I think to buy us a little bit of time and take a bit longer, I'll like pretend to almost drop something and then we'll catch it and we'll make a show of like getting settled back in before serving. And while we're doing that, that conversation can happen about the things we're excited to get when like we get back. Like we finish our detail with this money and I say something like we're by the cell for Prisoner 13 and I say something to Salmon like, and I think I might pick up a trade, and then just kind of like look over at them.
Yeah, she has like hands on the bars now. She has noticed you two, especially with Salmon being weird, and now pairing like Tallulah with that. And she's just like full body kind of like leaning on that little place where you put the plate or the bowl, you know, again, hands on the bars, and just kind of looking out at you all. And she goes, "Psst. Come here."
Here you go. Leaning in with the dinner, whatever it is.
Huh. You're new here, yeah? Okay. You friends with the little bird person?
Oh, they're quite good company.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, you enjoy your stay. I wouldn't give it 5 stars, but you know, I've been here for a while.
What do you say, you know, if you were to ever get back out of here, what would you pick up as a trade?
Getting out of here is such a thing that's never gonna happen. I don't know. I mean, what would I even trade? I have nothing in here.
Yes, you do. And what are you looking to make you stay more comfortable?
What do you want? This robe? It's all I have. And this lovely bed that they've given me. I would give you the shirt off my back, but I think that would be deemed inappropriate.
Well, I'm not one for sticking to what's appropriate, but I do think the key to a happy life is to surround yourself with comfortable things.
You will have said key enough around her, but this is the first time that it's like really on a one-on-one. Go ahead and give me insight. This could almost be a number of things. If you were proficient in insight, perception, or investigation, go ahead and roll that, please. And that's for Salmon and Tallulah, I should say.
Okay. I will do investigation.
I'll do insight.
18.
7.
Okay.
I got real distracted about what we wanted, and I was like, fruit would be dope.
Just going back to that mango. Tallulah, you pick up a number of things. So you're kind of investigating the tattoos. We'll say that's how this is working out. So you can see that there is Dwarven script on her neck and across her shoulder blades, kind of wraps back around. She might even like turn, so you can see that there's tattoos there. She has actually wouldn't be able to see those. She has black and gray smoke on her left arm, which ends in runes on the fingers of her left hand. She has knotwork in purple and blue, like that dwarven kind of geometric knotwork on her right arm and against the back of her right hand. That is probably the thing you notice most. It goes down to the length of each finger, runes on the fingers. But that when you say key, she keeps like brushing it and kind of like tracing the lines of the knotwork on it. And, you know, again, she has mountains on her collarbones. She has plenty of other tattoos, but that's the one that she's kind of like playing with almost when you say key, with this very like coy smile on her face.
Okay. I'm trying to remember the exact last thing I said was the key to a happy life is surrounding yourself with comfortable things, right?
Yeah. I'm plenty comfortable here, and honestly, I don't think there's anything else you could possibly give me that wouldn't be taken away immediately. Besides, you're just a cook. I mean, what are you going to do?
Whatever I want. What is it that you want?
Boy, that's a great question. I tell you what. You come back with all your friends, because I know it ain't just you two. Tonight, after lights off, we'll see if we can chat.
All right.
All right.
I continue on.
Okay. So, Dale, go on. Anything that Cooks wanted to do before lights off?
Other than raid the fruit? No.
Okay. Fruit successfully raided.
Yes, I have a small handful of berries.
What about guards? Anything else you all wanted to do?
I would like to figure out, like, because looking at the map, right, like I'm not sure if we can see like the anti-magic field sort of situation, but I think since we're keeping a watch on this through this arrow slit anyway, I think Kismet want to try and figure out how that whole machination works just for our benefit.
Huh. So you know that you haven't found any controls for it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
Intelligence? Am
Please.
I good at this? I am okay at this. Oh, I love
Okay.
being smart for a change. Not great. That is 15 total.
Okay.
Middle hack.
This is not really something that's like part of the module, so just to kind of give it, there's no way to deactivate the anti-magic in the cells. Anti-magic zones are often like permanently placed because if you move them around, that can really fuck up stuff in the world. I mean, you can wake up Tarrasques with anti-magic zones if they're asleep in the wrong place. So it's kind of like if you're going to cast any magic, it needs to be outside the cell, and if you're going to cast magic on Corda, on Prisoner 13, she's going to have to be outside the cell. You can turn off the lights, you can open the doors, you can't deactivate the anti-magic.
Okay, good to know. Very handy. Right. Yeah, I think Kismet would just go like, yeah, I don't think that's going away. Whispering off, of course, to the seal. Like,
Sure.
I don't think that's going away. And then ears peeking out. Yep, definitely not going away. But yeah, I don't know what else to do. I think we'll
I don't.
bide our time.
Nothing. Yeah, bide the time for sure.
So night goes on, another rotation comes out, the night rotation. You all were the day rotation. So again, dinner was delivered with the loudspeaker. Lights off is announced with the loudspeaker. And guards, you are escorted to, I feel like there was a place for you all. You all are actually escorted to the second level of the tower. And actually, that's probably where the cooks as well. You are all escorted into the central surveillance area. So you all would see pretty much similarly the same thing that Kismet and Lucille saw, but you are escorted up the stairs to the second floor where you all would see the barracks. And you all you don't have to stay here. You absolutely, there is a privy which is on another area of the panopticon that is up by the storage area, so you all could absolutely excuse yourselves away. We don't have to role play that out. But it is otherwise dark now in that central hexagonal area where the prison cells are. You can see there's some light coming from the surveillance area. It's like this very dim reddish orange light which peeks out of the arrow slits. But otherwise, it seems like this is the skeleton crew, which occurs at night. So there's not as many people there. And if you all wanted to sneak around to Prisoner 13, we could do a group stealth roll for that.
Yeah,
I'd like.
I think that might be the move. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the way I like to do group stealth is we just have everybody roll stealth, and then I will do an average, and we'll see what that average DC ends up being. So let's go ahead and get some rolls.
Really quick, since we
Yes.
worked together before, who do I know tends to be the least adept at stealth? It might even be myself, which is fine, but with the intention of inspiring somebody.
Absolutely. I was going to say Lucille is a fighter also wearing scale mail. So you have two individuals in scale mail that might be ones to look out for. But Lucille, what is your dexterity score?
Dexterity score is 13.
So not terrible.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I do have disadvantage on the stealth rolls, though.
Right.
Okay. And what's Kismet's also in scale mail.
Kismet,
Correct.
yeah, I've disadvantage, but I do have a +6 to my stealth.
Okay. So at some point, surreptitiously, maybe like throwing my voice or like whispering to Lucille something about how nice their hair looks today,
There you
and
go.
inspiring them, giving them what is my inspiration at level 4? D6? D8? Oh my god, I know this. D6.
So Lucille, you can add a D6 to whatever your stealth roll is.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. So, let's see, disadvantage. Ooh, okay, so 14. So that'd be 16, I think, if I did
Okay.
that correctly.
Salmon, what is your stealth roll? Or Tallulah or Kismet?
23.
23. I got a dirty 20.
Nice. And then
Lucky.
Gonah, what do you have for yours?
7.
7.
Yeah,
No.
Salmon.
Should've been
Dragging you all
salmon.
down with me.
That still averaged out to a 16 and a half. So that is still pretty good. And I will say still decent enough that you're going to buy yourselves a few minutes of time, not very long, because again, there still is a patrol. There are 4 guards that are patrolling. We're going to say every 8 minutes around the entirety of the outside. So they're going to peek in from time to time, not super often. And as long as you all are kind of like in the dark, this might work out. You all are able to sneak out very quietly, get to Prisoner 13's cell. What would you all like to say? She kind of like comes out from this absolute blackness. So those of you with dark vision, you'd be able to kind of see her until she comes into the very, very, very dim light that's streaming from the surveillance arrow slits. And you can kind of see her just bathed in this subtle red and orange, which further kind of deepens the red in her hair and gives her tattoos this reddish look to them. And she crosses like her arms in front of the bars. And she says, I knew there was more, yeah. What can I, humble prisoner that I am, do for all of you? You seem so interested in me.
We need the key.
Ah.
The one that
Yeah.
I think might be made of the tattoo on your arm.
All right, then. I guess there's no sense in being shitty then. Sure, you want the key. What are you going to do for me?
You've had some time to think about it? What would you like in trade?
Salmon like holds out 5 berries that are left from the horde that they had taken.
Thank you. This is not the trade. Fine. Okay. Perfect
One
scenario.
thing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
One thing that I'll propose, like I've got my hat of disguise on, so my stuff looks normal, but I'll produce seemingly from like the thin air a small, very obvious disguise kit.
Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't mind being able to feel the wind on my face again. Getting out of here would be nice. As long as you all let me go once I actually do get out of here. You're not going to be delivering me to anybody that I might have an unscrupulous past with.
They are the ones that sent us for the key, so it would be pretty impossible for us to actually get you out of here without actually delivering you to them. In the meantime, though, this is full of ink.
I mean, unless there's a different way for your access key to be granted to us, then you wouldn't have to worry about meeting anyone with your unscrupulous past, I think.
I mean, I never said there wasn't a way. I just...
That way, everyone wins. Really. Get to feel the wind on your face. No past ties to tie you down. No one hunting you down. Everyone gets what they want.
If you see, you're not living your life right. There should always be somebody hunting you down.
Well, at least
I
you
tell
can
you what.
consent. Pick the ones you want.
I am the kind of person who likes to present options to people I do deals with. I'm never the person who's like, no, this and no higher. I don't believe in that. Everybody deserves a choice.
Mm-hmm.
You can break me out. I would love that. You can break everybody here out. I would love that. Be a little tough, but you can maybe do it. Alternatively, you could get me something I need from in here.
That seems
The
the
warden.
most successful path. Continue.
Perfect. The warden, top level, has, as I understand it, a list of every criminal that's ever been here at Revel's End, of every criminal that's ever been in any of the major prisons of Toro. Has a list of criminals he wants to put here and all of their crimes. That list is very useful to somebody like me. If you could get me that list and get me 10 minutes outside of this cell with that list, I'll give you the key.
10 minutes outside of the cell. Perhaps you were to fall ill? Seemingly.
Sure. There's plenty of reasons I could be outside this cell. There could be on the violent end, there could be a prison riot. On the quieter end, sure, maybe I get a tummy ache and I go to the infirmary. Maybe you put me on latrine duty and I toss some shit for a few minutes, but also don't. All I'm saying, if the key's really what you want so bad, those are my options.
And you'll honor your word. Whichever
I have nothing
path
else.
they choose. Insight check. I don't trust this.
Sure.
We're all dealing with unscrupulous folks here. Backstabbing is normal. Okay. Insight. Where are you?
16. You kind of get the vibe that, like, given the opportunity, this woman would snap your neck. Like, if it meant her getting what she wants, she would do anything to prevent you from standing in her way. That said, if you give her what she wants, she doesn't have any reason not to go with the plan.
Right.
Again, you picked up earlier, she is still running shit from where she is right now. She doesn't have to get out. She's still puppeteering everything on the outside from where she is.
Okay, I think Kismet would like. I think y'all would know that like Kismet has some weird like supernatural bullshit going on, and as they're like analyzing our friend here, ears are perked out, listening as if to someone else is talking, and then just nod at you all that everything's kosher, whichever path we take.
Alternatively, you can just cut my arm off right now.
I like
make it
that
easy
option.
for you.
Easier, messier, more obvious.
Salmon starts like digging a pocket and has like the chef's tools, but it's just daggers. Starts taking them out.
Yeah, I would prefer you didn't do that. It also wouldn't work for you.
All right.
List it is then, I guess.
I think we should go for now, before the rounds have been completed.
Sleep tight. Let me know whatever you decide on.
All
right. So we can say you all head back to the barracks without being noticed. Are able to sleep for the night. The next day begins, and different assignments are given for the guards. So today, Kismet, Lucille, you are placed with 2 other guards doing the circular rotation. So you'll be walking around. So you'll get a better idea of all the stuff that is around on the other side of the prison. And also, you're basically walking from like guard shack all the way around, taking a little dip into the armory, going out into the courtyard, coming back around guard shack to guard shack. For those in the kitchen, pretty similar to your day before. You're making a lot of the same stuff, cooking in the same way. Anything any of you would like to be doing throughout your day?
I would like to figure out, are we still stationed in the same place?
So you and Lucille are going to be walking that yellow line around the prison, that yellow dotted line. So you have 2 other guards with you. So also you have 2 other guards if you wanted to ask them anything.
Is there like a way we can surreptitiously ask them about said list without coming off as completely obvious?
I think a surreptitious way might be like talking about who gets to go on the 2nd floor of the surveillance ring, maybe.
It's a good one.
Sure. Yeah.
Good one.
Like that seems like I think maybe we could frame it in like that seems like a cushier job than what the rest of us are going. What do we got to do to get up there? You know, y'all have been here longer. What's the?
So you 2 are marching behind the other 2 guards, and they have halberds. You 2 still have your short swords, all dressed in the same armor. There's
what's the career progression?
Yeah, how do I move up this corporate ladder? So you have a half-elven man, and then you have actually a half-dwarf, which are a little bit taller than dwarves. And they're chatting with you. Gren and Theo are the 2. And sorry, 1 second. Yes. So they're walking ahead of you, and you're kind of you're chatting. You know, what are things like here? How do we get upstairs? And Theo, who's the half elf, turns back to you, and you're kind of like while walking. Yeah, if you get called up to the warden's office, it's nothing good. I wouldn't be looking forward to it. But no, you just keep going up the stairs. I mean, his door's typically locked, but we all have access to it in case of emergencies. Typically he stays up there unless there's something to call him out. I mean, he's fine. He tries to run a tight ship. It honestly, this wouldn't be my ideal job as living here near permanently, but it's paid decently well.
Interesting. So we can.
And you ask him about it.
Go up there.
You ask him about the list.
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
ask about the list.
Okay.
I mean, if you could find a way of framing it in a non-weird way, I off the top of my head do not know how I'm gonna frame that in a non-weird way.
Yeah, maybe it's too direct. I don't know.
Because we know that we can get up there, because we were allowed access up there apparently, so we could just find a reason to head up to like at least the barracks, and then
just find
once I'm there, I could remove my scale mail and actually get to do rogue bullshit without having disadvantage.
That works then.
And I'm assuming it's in the Warden's office somewhere. I don't know. But I don't know. If you want to try and ask for it, go ahead.
How about I frame it like, so I can ask like, what did everyone here do? Is like kind of like a, how do we know like what each of these prisoners did? I'm just curious, like they're the worst of the worst. Is there anything, that kind of thing?
I mean, I mean, like we could be like really broy and be like, listen, we don't want to get got by our like head jailer, but y'all are cool, right? You two are cool. We can ask you.
You'll tell us. So what's the deal with everything?
What's the deal? Yeah.
So Grin kind of chuckles, and the half dwarf, and he goes, "Don't hear the captain asking you that question, but lots of things. I mean, there's smuggling, murder, theft, impersonating royals. We had somebody here for a while that did a whole bunch of arson. They no longer here. I mean, any type of crime that any city would want you locked up for. I mean, it's not forever for all these folks. For some of it is. But no, you got to piss off the right kind of people to get stuck here.
Yeah, and just shows up by mail or something.
What was that?
Warden it just shows up by mail or something. Warden gets a letter from dude from Baldur's Gate, and shoop, tightly locked they go, or do they just show up at the gate to be picked up?
So we have the counselors. They're the ones who actually speak for the individual clans and cities and whatnot. There's are the rooms that you would have seen off of the mess hall. The rooms we're not allowed in. And the counselors basically determine who's going to come here. Sometimes there's a little bit of bribery involved. If somebody really wants someone to come here, they can pay off some of the counselors. And the counselors will also work with the warden to determine who's going to get released at any given time. So, the counselors decide who gets to come here. And again, it's pissing off the right kind of people with the right kind of power, influence, and money. Same three things that run every world.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, I don't know how much deeper we can dig here.
Yeah, we might be going too deep, but that's okay. We know we need to get to the office above. So I'd say we're good. We have
good. Yeah,
we have the knowledge.
I'm ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. So your patrol continues throughout the day. We will say that the meals are delivered throughout the day. This is a question to everybody. What is the plan? What are things looking like? We can say it operates very similar to yesterday, where you all will have like your lunch break to chat. Otherwise, the food's being delivered as normal. It's a very, I mean, the painful thing about being in prison is the monotony of it all. And this is absolutely monotony. You feel like you're going around a clock as you are literally like passing the time and you're handing out bowls or doing your maneuvers.
When we have our lunch, I'm going to sit down and talk maybe a little too loudly and excitedly about this like turnip recipe or something. Just so that everybody is like, oh my God, what a boring conversation. And then more quietly say, I think I've got it. Do you have a way upstairs? Do you kind of know what you're looking for in order of grabbing the list? You're gonna go?
And Kismet is just going to say, I think if I can get up to the barracks, if we can get up to the barracks, they suddenly correct themselves. Get this armor off of me. I think I can make it up, and maybe Lucille, if you're with me, you can help me at least be in the barracks in case someone comes between while we're...
Yeah, I could pose as lookout, or I could try and cause some kind of distraction.
I can
I'm
make
assuming
you invisible.
Oh, that'd be handy.
Maybe you excuse yourself for a moment and we meet up somewhere. I make you invisible. You sneak back in. You just make your way through, letting other people open doors for you. In the meantime, I have put a ton of espresso in our dear friend's soup, and they're going to start to be sweaty and flushed and appear sick. And we give them a moment to remove themselves from their cell and meet up with you.
That might work. Yeah,
I like that plan.
that'd be handy.
Speaking of, Tallulah, go ahead and Tallulah and Salmon, go ahead and roll me perception.
I don't like that, personally.
17.
Oh no.
I need rights
9.
for Salmon. I need rights for Salmon right now. Don't need to give
Salmon
rights
doesn't
to
get
Salmon.
rights. Salmon is just a little guy who tries and fails.
Don't
It's like
need
his
to help
birthday.
Salmon.
It's his birthday. You wouldn't punch a little guy. So Tallulah, when you notice, I mentioned before that the head chef, Chef Tulane, hangs back. He doesn't present food in the same way that the rest of the cooks do. You would notice, especially on your second day, that he does have a much more pleasantly prepared dish that he kind of waits for all of you to leave with. And then you're kind of picking up a little bit that this is not meant for, it's a single dish. So if you were going to reason this out, it's not going to any of the prisoners, it's probably not going to any of the guards, it's definitely not going to any of you, and it's probably not his, it's probably the warden's. So if you were looking to also get the warden out of his office, you could equally espresso this dish, or however you would like to affect it, just throwing it out there as a potential assistance to Kismet.
This dish gets extra oil.
Okay, extra oil. There are a lot of chilies that are made, like meaty chili dishes that are made with ground coffee, so like it kind of has that smoky flavor, and I think it could be hidden in there really well. So I would be happy to surreptitiously suggest that I'd heard that the warden had a penchant for a particular for chili or something. So if Chef Tulane is making special dishes and we're so inclined, they might want to make that, and then I could spike the chili as well with some extra caffeine and make them, And also, you could follow Chef Tulane up to deliver that dish invisible, wait for the coffee to hit, and when the warden ducks out, grab the thing and go.
So with that, if that is the plan,
Just propose.
So in what order are we doing this? We can say that the food for Corda has been tainted. The food for the warden has been tainted. How are we casting invisibility on Kismet?
We could step into like a side corner or something while like all the organization of things going in and out is taking place, and I could just cast a spell really quick since the only anti-magic is in the cells.
Sure.
Do you want to be really handy? Is those rooms that are attached to the kitchen, are those like storage rooms?
Yes. So there's cold storage, the pantry, and I believe 2 of them are cold storage.
Yeah. So I think we could either do it in the storage room privy, because no one's going to be policing that, I hope, but we need to make it easier for Tallulah. I could like make my way to the kitchen, ask for like a quick snack or something, and then maybe Tallulah takes me to a snack storage place where I could get a little bar or something and
Sure.
turn me invisible then.
And you could ditch your armor like under food or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes a few minutes. Yes, Salmon.
Salmon's gonna roll for chaos by seeing the 2 of them go in and just like get Ronald's eye and like point over to the 2 of them sneaking into a pantry together. Salmon, please.
Ronald looks dejected and just kind of like looks down and goes, every time.
Oh no.
Every time.
Oh no.
Pat.
He will go if it takes a few minutes. So this is where I'm gonna need a roll from Kismet and Tallulah. Go ahead and give me and this is gonna sound suggestive, but you're taking armor off. Give me sleight of hand to see how quickly this armor is coming off.
Heck yeah.
As the
And
2 tieflings have gone into the
Still with disadvantage, because I'm still wearing it, I guess, while this is happening.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. +4. That's fine. 12 plus 4, 16.
Okay.
So, is this the time when I want to use my advantage? Rolled a 6, which makes it a 13. I think I'm going to use my advantage.
I would say that that's probably good enough to speed through with Kismet
Okay.
as well. Yeah, I'll let you save your advantage on that.
Okay.
It's you hit a couple of weird points because this is guard armor. It's not expensive by any means. So there's some weird parts where it just doesn't click right. The ties get a little knotted, but you all are able to get the armor off of Kismet just to the point where Ronald opens the door to see Kismet shirtless, but like maybe an under tunic, and Tallulah just like standing there holding the armor, and Ronald just goes, yep, okay. It closes the door.
Salmon whistles.
I think Kismet stands there, like dumbfounded for a moment, and then makes a face as if someone has said something to them, and goes, "Oh, sorry about that, Tallulah.
No, this
don't
actually
envy you
works really well. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, if it works well, it works well. That's fine." Yep.
I feel a bit bad about this, but if he's sad, then maybe he'll be a good distraction. Spill something. Be easily tripped. Poor Ronald.
And Kismet says to seemingly no one, "Ooh, cold."
Salmon, you would see that Ronald is crying, though he's no longer
No.
cutting onions. So
She's gonna take some onions and put them near him so that he can hide his pain.
Thanks, Salmon. Invisibility is cast on Kismet. Your armor is doffed.
Thank God, no more.
Tallulah, you can return to your duties or do what you need to do.
It's especially because I'll walk out by myself. I'm going to make a show especially for Ronald, like not make it obvious to him, but like come out like
great, yeah,
you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
So hoping that he'll like and everybody will look at him and not the fact that I've come out by myself.
Fantastic.
Kismet is dying. You're trying to get out of here.
So the morning goes on. We're into probably afternoon at this point. So we are doing lunch deliveries, and I can say that Kismet, if you want to follow the rest of the cooks out, you are invisible. We can say that the food is delivered to Corda. The food is being delivered. So after all the cooks are doing their rounds and they're all kind of wrapping back up, you might wait for Chef Toulouse or Toussaint. I keep forgetting. Well, I'm just going to call him Tiny because I keep forgetting what his French Tulane. I keep forgetting what his French last name is. So the chef takes this very nice metal tray, very nice presentation, and knocks twice on the metal door to the surveillance room. So invisibly, you would follow along. There is one thing. Lucille, as Gren and Theo begin to resume their patrol, they look back at you and goes, where's the other one?
I go, I haven't seen them in a minute. Maybe they had some sour gruel at lunch.
That was almost persuasion until the very end. So let's make this deception.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll a deception roll. The fact that you hadn't seen them, that was true.
And then I pushed it too far.
That's why the rolls are different.
Deception, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Yes, please.
Thank God. So that's 17 because I have
me sweating.
Fine. Yeah, me too.
They both just like look at each other and squint and then just nod and go, yeah, I know, been there. Sometimes they put these weird coffee chili things in there and it's just
yeah. I can go look for them if you want to find them.
Yeah, actually I mean we'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, you will. She like kind of slips off.
Okay. So Lucille, having slipped off, you might get a better view of everything that's happening. So you would see the cooks have delivered everything. You would see Tiny has gone into the surveillance room, presumably followed by Kismet. Some time goes by. Kismet, I will describe what you see, but I want to describe what Lucille sees. So, well, actually, let's do a little bit here. So we'll go in steps. So, Kismet, you follow up the circular staircase. Chef Tiny trying to give them just a little bit of space behind. Big guy. I mean, half ogre. Big guy.
Big guy.
But like very careful with this tray. Like the tray, it's almost like they're on a stabilizer where the tray just doesn't move despite them moving. They go up through the barracks. Don't stop on the second floor. Continue up to the third floor where there's a landing and 2 doors. And they go to the door on the right and they knock. And after a brief while, you hear several clicks and it opens and the warden is on the other side. And what you would see is a human dressed in almost like mage's robes, and older guy, glasses kind of pushed down a little bit, this like Van Dyke style of white facial hair. And he actually, I'm going to give this to you because I think it's interesting. He takes the tray and says, "Thank you, chef. I very much appreciate that." And then you would recognize, he goes, "What's that?" "Oh, yes. Would you have any milk that I could have with this? It smells a bit spicy." And the chef goes, "Oh, yes, of course. I will bring that up just a moment." And Kismet, what you're recognizing is the same thing that you do, where they kind of like listen to something that isn't necessarily there. And there's like a flash behind their eyes, like their eyes almost like change color for a moment as they're doing that and then flash back.
I think as that happens with Kismet says, like very quietly to himself, as if he's like speaking to someone who's not there, It says, "Oh, I don't like that, sister. I don't like that."
And like this is the door is open just enough for the tray. It closes, locks. A few minutes go by.
Okay.
Lucille, you're still kind of doing the rounds. Before you would watch as the chef comes down, goes back to the kitchen, comes back out with the glass of milk. Before he can even reach the door to the surveillance, Kismet, what you would see first is, again, the clicks on the door all happen, and the warden comes rushing out, face flushed, holding their stomach, and then looking at the stairs, and just like a fear comes across them that all of that bumping is going to happen to this poor elderly individual. They very carefully kind of like manage to get down the stairs while also like holding every part of their middle, like their back, something is burning, and
they hate it.
They are struggling down the stairs. Like they hit a point where the chef kind of meets them, this other big guy, basically hitting a wall on the stairs, and they're like pushing them down. Lucille, what you would see is the warden runs out. The prisoners all start jeering as soon as he sees them. And he goes, yeah, whatever, I don't care. And he runs off towards the latrine. If you were to follow him, you would hear a lock on the latrine. Why this man doesn't have one in his personal residence, I don't know. It's a fantasy setting.
It helps us. It's okay. He doesn't get an ensuite.
As someone who lives in a house with a second floor but no bathroom on the second floor, it is a nightmare having to go down like 150-foot tower and then an additional 100 feet to your bathroom. Can't even imagine. So warden has stepped out. I will say when he closed the door behind him, he like tapped on several spots, and you did hear a lock, Kismet. So you are now presented with 2 locked doors.
Fantastic. I love this. 2 locked doors. All right. Can I like investigate the nature of these, or by being here, can I understand the nature of both these doors?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me investigation, please.
Haha, please. Investigation. Where are you? I can't tell if there's a 9 or a 6. It's a 9. 13?
Okay. One of the locks is an arcane lock, which you could probably unlock with your gem. The other ones are mechanical standard locks. So it's almost to where the warden has gone the extra mile to add another lock in addition to the arcane lock. Okay, so I would say you would be able to unlock 1 lock per door. There are 2 per door. The other ones you would have to deal with by either breaking down the door or thieves' tools or what have you.
Yeah, I think it'd be better to unlock the arcane door with the gem to not raise any alarm.
Yes.
Because it's locked as procedure. But the mechanical lock, Kismet will handle by themselves and make sure it's not trapped or fucked with in whatever they can, and then attempt to break into it. And I think they're muttering to themselves, and I can reveal this to everyone and to the audience now, to the ever-present spirit of their sister around them, as they say, I don't know what the fuck is in here, but we're gonna have to be careful. And as they're gonna attempt to break in.
Please.
All right, thieves' tools. So that's sleight of hand and proficiency. Whoo, let's go. That is 22.
Fantastic. You are able to unlock the arcane lock, and then with your thieves' tools, very deftly. Again, I use that word a lot, but it's apt for what you are doing. You are able to maneuver almost using this supernatural sight to see the inner machinations of this lock, and with a click, you have unlocked the door. There aren't any traps. You are successful in opening this door to the warden's office. Cool. And as you go in, you can see that there is A large window behind a desk with a chair. There's a finer desk, leather chair. There's another less fine chair, which is kind of placed for people to sit and talk to the warden. Just a single one. There are bookshelves lining the walls, papers strewn about here and there on the desk, and then the desk itself has several drawers on it.
Cool. Kismet is probably going to start with the drawers area, because if this is a letter or some list of some sort, it's going to be stored there, somewhere easily accessible. So Kismet's going to do that, but Kismet's going to be very careful because this person was wearing mage's robes. So Kismet doesn't know if there's any other things here that they can't see. So they're gonna try and perception check to look for an important drawer, but also to kind of like look around to see if they can detect anything while they're doing this.
Gotcha.
Being super careful.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me investigation one more time. And then the drawer is locked, so this will also be a thieves' tools check.
About 14.
Okay. Was the 14 thieves' tools or was that perception?
Perception. The perception investigation. I did investigation. Sorry, did you want perception?
Investigation. So I'm sorry. Yes, investigation works just fine. With that, it's just a little bit below average, or below like what the difficulty would be. You look around the room another time from this different perspective, because now you're sitting where the warden sits. What I would say is that you have spotted two things. You have spotted, well, one thing, because the one thing you spotted was that the drawer was locked, which we're going to address. The other thing is that there's a painting on the far wall, which is just slightly askew. Like there's something pushing it out slightly.
I personally don't like that. Interesting. Like, just a little bit, or is it like a very obvious, like, jutting out?
It's like, it's just enough that like it's leaning forward at the top. Well, actually, no, probably at the bottom. It's almost like something is behind the painting, because paintings tend to lean forward at the top. So this one's kind of like being pushed out at the bottom a little bit.
Oh, I hate that personally. This is a terrible idea. I want to go and see what the fuck is up with that painting.
Okay.
Because if
easy enough, this is actually a painting of Neverwinter. In like the brightness of summer, it's very pretty. It's very picturesque. It's like what you would find in a Neverwinter hotel room. But behind the painting is a safe, which has no combination lock on it, but a keyhole, I should say. And there's a wall safe.
Cool. Going back to the lock drawer, because that's a physical lock that I know, and it's locked, right? All right. Haha, what's behind the locked drawer? Perhaps a key?
One might help.
That might help. I'm gonna attempt to break in with my thieves' tools.
This is the point and click part of this adventure.
This is the point and click. It really is. Okay, so that is +4 +2, 16.
16 is enough to open that drawer, and yes, you do find a silver key ring with 3 different keys on it. There is 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze.
Okay. And noticing that, picks up the key, because they're all on 1 ring, I'm assuming.
They are.
And then shuffling back over to the painting. What does that lock, like the grooves, look like? Sometimes with the shape, you can kind of like gauge which one at least
based
wouldn't
on
fit.
size, this is probably the gold key that you have.
Okay, cool. Oh, I love me and my completionist video gamer mentality going. But the other two, I want to know what the other two do. So Kismet will check this safe to see that something's linked to it to trigger something.
No traps or anything?
For that? No traps.
No,
Okay.
I will, because we're hitting about an hour and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, but I will say that based on your standing rolls, there are no traps or anything. This is just like, this is the kind of person, mage or not, never expected anybody to even get this far. Like, they're always in this room. So, like, the defenses are kind of like, we're in the most impenetrable prison in Toril, at the highest point, behind all of these guards. Like, putting an acid trap here feels a bit much. It's a hat on a hat on a hat.
Makes sense. Fantastic. Yep, opening it, hoping to see a list in there. Please.
You open it, and you find within are a set of calligrapher's supplies. There is a small lockbox that actually is not locked, and within is 750 gold pieces. There is a silver cloak pin, which bears the symbol of the Harpers, if you are familiar with that from main Forgotten Realms lore.
Yep.
And there is also a contract that you find, which is written in Dwarvish. Dwarvish, whatever you want to call it. And there are 2 signatures on it. One is in common, and it does say it's Warden Matthias Marthanus is his name. The other name is in Dwarvish and has a spectral tint to it, I will say. Take that for what you will.
Fucked up. Hate that. Would love the 750 gold pieces. Thank you very much. We can distribute that as extra payment, bonus payment.
How much do we have to donate for you to touch it?
Touch the spectral contract?
Touch the spectral. Touch the spect.
Because that's on the that's like on the contract, right?
It is.
And Kismet is under the impression that that's what we're after, is that contract.
No, that
no, we're not.
Kismet is looking for a list of all of the people that the warden once like imprisoned or has been imprisoned there.
Okay,
which
so
you didn't necessarily see in this room.
Hate that. I'll take the gold. I'll take the Harper pin because it looks shiny. Okay. I am terrified of this spectral handprint contract thing, and I also don't know what it says. And if this is not what I'm looking for, even though I want to touch it, Kismet wouldn't, which is very, very sad. And Kismet is going to maneuver around. If it's not going to be there, maybe it's in the office. So, because I already did a meander around this main room.
You did.
And
yeah. Tell you what, if you are curious about the signature, you can roll me Arcana.
I am good at Arcana, and this is very cool. I get that with my Phantom background. So, sister, tell me your secrets. Nat 20. 424.
So, very fitting, actually.
Sister, tell me what's going on.
This is a Phantom signature.
Uh-huh.
And what your sister might inform you is that this seems to be a contract between a mortal and some sort of spirit for some sort of binding. And you, being a phantom rogue, might be able to pick up an imprint of this spirit were you to engage with it.
I'm so curious. You know what? Fuck it. We're only getting the lore this time in this one shot. I'm going to touch it. They put a lot of weird lore into this stuff. I'm like, remember this, chat, and donate kindly and generously, as I'm going to touch it for the lore.
Go ahead and roll Constitution saving throw for me, please.
I am.
Saving throws and checks are 2 different things. For those of you who don't know, checks are often initiated by the player. I want to do something. I would like to do something. Saving throws are initiated by the DM. You did something. Here's the consequences. You fucked around. Here is your find out.
Finding 15.
15 is good enough.
I get a plus before I cloak of protection.
You essentially brought in a fragment of a spirit into your mind as you touched this signature, being a phantom rogue, being someone who is susceptible to that anyway. This spirit just invades your mind, and you get this rush of memories and thoughts and concepts, and you're seeing both through your eyes but also through the eyes of the warden and through this spirit. And what you were able to pick up is that for all of this like rushing memories and everything, you're with the 15, you're able to segment out exactly what you're looking for, and that's where this list is of people. And
all right, perfect.
The warden keeps it under their pillow like some sort of weird fairy wish list in the next room.
Are you serious? What? Like a weirdo? Okay. Under their pillow? Is it in this room? Do they have a bedroom in here?
The next room over is their residence. So you're in the office, the residence is the next room over.
Oh, like Kismet comes out of that. And I think like he was like informed about what the context was by his sister, and it's just kind of like just shakes their head and as they are like walking towards the residence, is going, who does that? I know, it's weird.
You just get the word weirdo like going through your mind.
Yep. And Kismet will leave the room and head to the warden's bedroom, I guess. This is where we're at, chat. We're going to Zvat's bedroom.
I will say, easy enough. You're able to get it, slide it out from under the pillow. For the sake of time, what is everyone else doing throughout this? Any major stuff before we are going to cut to you presenting, or how you are going to present the this list to Corda?
I don't see a med bay. Where would they take someone who looked like they were sick?
So the hospital is the very top section, right across from the first guard shack that you pass by. So the hospital, or the infirmary, was, yeah, it's right up at the top. It's a weird place because it's also right next to the exit, which seems poor planning on my opinion. But yes, it is right next to the exit there. So that is the infirmary area.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just missed it because it made so little sense for it to be up there that I looked everywhere on the map but there. Okay, perfect. I think I would have just kind of like rechecked the map and made sure I knew where that was, because somebody's going to have to hand off this list to that person and get the key, and we'll figure that out or something. That's it.
Okay. So, Corda is able to complain loud enough that the guards doing rotation, the two guards that were formerly escorted by Lucille and Kismet over here, they come in. She clearly isn't feeling well. The warden also not feeling well. Is kind of passing by at that moment. He has exercised the food that was presented to him, and he looks over and sees Corda in a very similar pain to what he was just in, and says, "It's fine, just take her to the infirmary. Lord knows I should probably go." And goes back up to his room, opening the door, allowing Kismet access to escape. The guards take Corda to the infirmary, escort her there. Is anyone else, what is everyone else doing? So I would say Lucille is able to see that and perhaps able to communicate it. What is everyone else doing? Are we waiting for night to go and chat with her? Are we going in now?
So in theory, it would make the most sense, since the hospital is next to a guard stand, it would make the most sense if a guard took it. So if Kismet could pass it off to Lucille, that way, like, they can now cover for her.
Sure.
Makes
kind
sense.
of thing.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I think I think if we can like meet up, because you headed back to the like point to like look for me, right?
Yeah, I was like,
So-
I'll go find them.
Yeah, I think you could. Is the barracks populated right now? Probably not, right? Because everyone's out.
The only people in there would be night shift folks who are kind of sleeping during the day, and there's not a lot of them. There's like less than half of who works the day shift.
Cool. Kismet would enter the barracks and I think would pinch themselves as if they're like, and then like lie down underneath a blanket as if they're resting. And then get up once they pinch themselves. Invisibility breaks.
Sure.
Gets up, puts on armor, to. There might be someone else's scale mail lying around in
Whose
here.
armor are you stealing?
Someone's. Hey, you don't write your name on your armor. People get it mixed up all the time. Sort your laundry. And Kismet will pick up some random bloke's armor, put it on, and walk down to meet Lucille.
Okay.
And do a handout. handover.
So Lucille, you are presented with the list that presented. Yeah, it's palmed. It's very smooth. So Lucille, you know that prisoner 13 has been taken by the 2 other guards that you were with to the infirmary. Would you like to head there? Would you like to do anything else?
No, I think I will take the list, make a beeline for the hospital infirmary.
So you go in to see that there is a single hospital nurse, it's a large orcish woman with like an eye patch. She has like scars all over her chest, but very nice bedside manner. And you would see the 2 guards who had brought in Corda as well. And Corda sees you and smirks a little bit, and the guards kind of turn back to you and Theo the half-elf. Any luck in finding missing god?
Yes, yeah. They're back on watch now. Everything's fine. How's the prisoner doing?
She'll be fine in a few hours, probably. If they are back on watch, we should probably get back to it. Do you need anything from us? And they speak to the orc. She goes, oh, no. Everything's fine. She'll be fine. Just gotta empty her out a bit. And she pulls out like a large bucket.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be unpleasant.
Oof. Can I offer then to, well, if you 2 would like to get back to watch, I can escort prisoner 13 back to her cell whenever she's emptied, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose that's fine. You didn't really get your break, did you? Yeah, sure. Why not? And they go out of the room. Corda kind of like tugs on your sleeve a little bit and goes, I need 10 minutes alone. You can be here, that's fine. Not her.
Okay.
See if you can get rid of her.
Okay. I will approach then and ask. Oh, okay. So I'll say I know I saw the warden come in here. I hope they're doing all right, but I think I heard something in passing. They might need something up in their office. Is it possible that you could run really quickly, just a little extra, something for the bellyache?
Oh gosh, the warden's sick.
Very, very sick, very sick.
Oh my. Yes. I will absolutely. Yes, thank you. And they go rummaging through one of the cabinets, grab a bunch of like different vials and bottles and things, and are kind of like holding them like this as they go running out the door. Make sure she doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, absolutely.
And the 2 of you are left alone, and Corda takes the bucket and goes, nope, not doing that. Okay. And like just tosses it aside. What? She put in that. Oh. Okay. All right. Hand it over. You got it, I assume.
Yes. I
Great.
Take it out. Hand it over.
Perfect. Lovely. and she starts flipping through it. And as you do, or as she does, you would notice that her eyes are kind of flashing this purple, and her tattoos begin flashing as well. And she's flipping through the pages. She's scrolling down with her fingers. She's reading off things. You can see she's mumbling something kind of under her breath as well. And minutes go by. The orc hasn't returned. You have, the 10 minutes allotted. And she goes, "Hey then, great. Here you go. I don't need those anymore."
What about our exchange? I say as I take back the list.
Yeah, what about our exchange? It's kind of funny, it's just you and me in here, right next to the exit. I'm just messing with you. All right. And she traces certain lines on the tattoo, not in a very logical sort of sense. Like it's a very specific kind of code that she has put into this. And after a moment, she puts her hand around it, and as she pulls it away, there is this large dwarven iron wrought key. Here you go.
Snatch it really quickly out of her hand, holding it to my chest a little bit.
"See, deals can be made if you ever need anything. Please, come back."
I think I'll pass on that one. Let's get you back to your cell now.
Uh-huh. All right. She walks with you, and kind of grumbling a little bit, like, "Oh, come on, God, I could have stayed in there for another hour. I'm still not feeling my best." But you escort her back to her cell, and it opens with a click as the surveillance tower has seen you walking back. She walks in without a fuss. Door closes behind her. How are you all proceeding?
I definitely want to meet up with the others. I don't know where exactly Tallulah and Salmon are at the moment, though.
What time of day is it? Are we about to serve dinner, or are we about to pick up stuff?
I would say this is probably right at dinner time. So she's suffered through one meal, ready for the next.
So we're probably you can probably hear the clanking of the dishes and trays and stuff coming down the hallway.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So meals are distributed once again. How are you all getting out of here?
How are we all getting out of here is a fantastic
Someone
question.
Got the sending stone. Who got the sending stone?
I do.
Okay.
Lucille, do you go back into the tower, or do you
See, I feel
wait
like
for
I feel like here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I see you two or hear you two coming down with the meals, and maybe try and shoot the world's subtlest thumbs up as I head back to the tower, where maybe we can shut those lights off and maybe escape in the night. I think that's kind of the goal.
We're gonna go to bed in the barracks, so we will have to head back there at some point.
Exactly.
And then once we're there, dim the lights, fuck with the machinery, and then close the door behind us.
That's what I think we should do.
Fuckery ensues.
So yeah.
So we will cut then to nighttime with everybody in the barracks. How are you all getting out of here?
Ooh, music time. Kismet and Lucille will head once everyone's kind of beginning to wind down. This dinner time, people who are just getting up for night shift are getting up, and in that window, Kismet's gonna go to the control panel, shut the dimmers so that it's dark. We have a very good layout of this place that we'll be able to do without the light, and I believe tieflings have dark vision.
They do.
Shut the lights. Shut the lights. And then fuck with the the main door switch so that once people realize there's fuckery happening, they can't leave this section, and then we only have to deal with those who are already tired and outside and get out of here. Is the plan.
Okay.
Machine fuckery.
Okay. Is
Machine
everyone
fuckery.
on board with that plan?
Yeah, I think as soon as the lights get dimmed in a way that's more than lights out, that's when I like sending stone. Okay, I head this direction.
Okay. So to dim the lights, there is no way to do that inconspicuously, unless you are invisible doing that.
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right.
Weird question. Have there ever been announcements over like like we've been told that there are instruments throughout that give information. Have we heard announcements through those?
Let's say yes. I think that's a good way for the announcements to be kind of projected. So they all kind of like center from one place or another, whether it's the table in the surveillance area. The warden probably has one as well, but yeah, they mostly come from the surveillance area.
Salmon is gonna try and go out to where the panopticon is and try to like stand next to one of those instruments and make a general announcement of like, please proceed to the courtyard. There's a fire. Please proceed to the courtyard. There's a fire.
You sound like the head jailer or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Like, sound like the announcements that have happened before.
Salmon, go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage.
Okay,
Let's go, Salmon.
This is like my best thing. Don't fuck me, please. Sweet Jesus. First roll, 20. Nat 20 plus 5, 25.
Nice.
You hear several voices start shouting. Some of them are from the prisoners. Some of them are from those inside of the surveillance area. Salmon, you would hear like that large like klaxon noise and for those of you who might be in the surveillance area, the head jailer on duty there turns that master control button. And Salmon, you would watch as all of the prison cells open at the same time.
Fantastic.
And all of the prisoners step out into that main area. The guards all try to get in that area as well. And as people kind of like look around, and there is a gnoll who kind of sniffs up into the air and goes, I don't smell any smoke. It's bullshit. And the guards start like getting like reaching for their weapons, and the prisoners, now having stepped out, a couple of them start like moving their hands in arcane sort of ways. You are seconds away from a prison riot. This is
sounds like the perfect time to sneak out of here.
Yeah, should run.
So, I will say there are a number of individuals who have stepped out. There's goblins. There is a hill giant who has stepped out, who is very cramped in this cell. There is a centaur. There are gnolls. There's there's Corda. What would you all like to do?
I think Kismet is just gonna like play this because there's we have the main area, right?
Yeah.
So I think Kismet literally is just going to like weave and bob their way towards, because we need to get to the docks, don't we? And going straight down is probably not smart.
160 feet, unless you got Featherfall.
We're gonna have to do it. There is a way to walk down to get to the elevator. There's an elevator right there.
Yeah. You would have to call the elevator.
There's a fire, so we should use the stairs.
Don't worry about it. And I think Kismet will like try and flash a look of like, let's Ocean's 11 our way towards the side, because everyone's collected here. We go down the path and head that way as sneakily as possible.
We're going to the courtyard.
We're going to the courtyard.
Okay.
As instructed.
No one else is going to the courtyard because this is very quickly turned into chaos, as now all of these prisoners for the very first time have been released into the same area. So I'm going to need dexterity saving throws from everybody to dodge attacks, as you all look like staff. A couple of you look like guards. And yeah, I will say the continual flame has turned on because we didn't get to darken it just yet, and has turned red and is flashing. So this is you have set off the high alert.
I rolled 22.
6.
No, 7.
17.
Okay.
I got 3.
So
No, see,
Lucille and
decked.
Salmon are in. We're getting punched.
smacked.
So we're gonna have a couple of attacks here. Let me find my stat blocks here. All right. So, Salmon, the knoll spots you immediately and like licks its chops as its claws kind of extend. It is going to take a couple of swipes towards you. One of those is going to hit. You are going to take 16 points of slashing damage from this knoll as it's trying to grab at you. I'm sorry, Lucille, what was your roll?
3.
3, okay. The hill giant has spotted you, and no weapon, but just fists, is going to try to slam down at you. Neither of those is going to hit, fortunately. So you were able to dodge out of the way of this hill giant. Tallulah, what was your roll?
17.
Okay, you are good. Some people have spotted you, but have otherwise been engaged with guards. Kismet, what about you?
22.
22.
Good.
You are invisible to these people. Dressed as a guard or not, they have plenty of other targets, and these are, like the robes that these people are wearing all kind of blended together. These are very clearly like two armies meeting, as all of these guards are trying to bring order back to this central area, and crossbow bolts are flying and spells are flying. And as you all are heading for the door, you're able to unlock the main door with the arcane lock. You get out into the freezing cold. None of you are wearing your coats, so you can't be out here for very long. What are you all doing?
Can I have done something really quick before stepping out?
Certainly, yeah.
I'm going to like get behind, just like really quickly as I'm running out, kind of like move behind like a larger figure, like a gnoll or the half giant or something, shed the chef's outfit, cast invisibility on myself. And then as I'm running out, I'm just going to drop the chef's clothes by 13 and whisper,
Okay.
"Teach me," in her ear as I continue running. Looking for a Minty, perhaps, if they get out.
Okay, yeah. And since you have clocked her, she is getting out. She is not engaging with any of the guards. She is absolutely doing the same thing y'all are doing and heading straight for the door. Especially because she got a good look at it earlier, and it has been a while for her, but she got her scouting in. So as you all make it out into the cold, you're kind of like, immediately when that cold hits, it kind of stops you in your tracks, but she pushes through all of you and is going running for that edge. There is a lever to summon the elevator. If you all would like to hit that, she is not waiting for that. So if there's anything else you would like to do to Prisoner 13 before she jumps, this is your chance.
Go ahead, Simon.
I think Simon was just waving goodbye.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh yes, no. Salmon just gave a high five, and that was it.
Nice.
I
Okay.
think just for flavor, I would like it. You let me know, DM, if you don't want me to do this, but I'd like to think that Kismet's sister, Fate, would just Prisoner 13 can't hear her, but she just like whispers into, like, can't see her, but Prisoner 13 just hears like a feminine voice in her ear just go, "Be good." And and that's it.
So Porta, like, as she reaches the edge, spins around, jumps backwards into the air, winks at you all, and then you would watch as these tattoo wings spring from her back, and she just dives, and then you would see her soaring off to the south. The elevator takes a few minutes. In this time, I know we're a little tight, but let's go ahead and roll for initiative real quick, just so we get a little bit of combat in as the prisoners are starting to break out as well. So initiative is the order that we play all in. You should have an initiative bonus. So go ahead and roll your d20 and add your initiative bonus to that roll. All right. Who do we have from anything above 20?
Me.
Damn, let's go, Lucille.
What you got?
I got 21.
Nice. Okay. So, Lucille, you will go first. 19 to 17.
19.
19. Okay. So,
18.
Tallulah and Salmon. And then Kismet, what you got?
Got a 12.
Still
10
pretty
plus
good.
2.
Okay. Okay. So you all see as the hill giant, the gnoll, and a hobgoblin all have escaped out into this courtyard, along with 4 guards who all kind of like see everything that's going on, have kind of noted that the cooks shouldn't even be out here, like something's not right. So we're going to have basically intermittent things. We'll go through a round of combat. It's going to be about how long it takes for the elevator to go, and then you all can kind of defend yourselves as it descends. So, Lucille, you are up first. So you have 4 guards, a gnoll, a hill giant, and a hobgoblin. Who would you like to go after?
I think I would like to go for maybe the gnoll.
Go for it.
Okay. Roll to hit first, right?
Please, yeah. So you will roll your d20 plus the bonus of whatever your weapon that you're using or spell. And yep, then if it hits, we'll do damage.
Perfect. So that would be a 14.
14 will hit this gnoll. They don't have any armor. So that is the nice thing about them being prisoners.
Okay, perfect. So then it's just the damage roll, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is a 1d6 plus 4. 10.
10 points of damage. Very nice. Okay. All right. Anything else for your turn?
No, I think I'm just going to do that big old slice with my sword and
You got it.
Yep.
So this gnoll, armed with nothing else but its claws, kind of snarling, drooling. Gnolls are like these hyena folk that are rather tall and like to eat almost anything. Is kind of slathering at you, and you slash it with the blade. It yipes back. It is its turn. It is going to take a couple swipes at you as a retort. That one's not going to hit. That one will. So
Right.
you are going to take
Silvery barbs.
I do have I have defensive duelist too.
Oh.
which gives you that bonus to your AC.
Yes, two bonus to my AC.
Okay. Silvery Barbs gives disadvantage roll,
When
or just another roll.
When they succeed on an attack roll, magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement. They must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
Okay. Then that will not hit. So nice job, especially with that extra 2 DC or 2 AC. Okay, Tallulah,
Nice.
it is your turn.
Dodge.
I think she's just said not so fast, and that's what caused them to miss.
Nice.
And then so there's the gnoll and the who else is an enemy that's outside, or like a
So you've got
prison
a
person?
gnoll, a hill giant, a hobgoblin, and 4 guards, should you want to consider them enemies.
Okay.
Buddies.
Buddies. I think I'm going to use silent image
Ooh, nice.
and project the image of the head warden.
Okay.
Coming like as if they had just run out the door, like running out into the middle of all of it and looking confused just by themselves in hopes that it distracts the prisoners to being like, oh, this guy, and going after them.
Yes, I love that. Yes, it distracts literally everybody. Yeah, this is the one guy who's not supposed to be in the middle of all of this. I will say that all of them, including the guards, have disadvantage on I would say almost all of their rolls for this. So very, very well done. Anything else for your turn?
And I will inspire Salmon. I'll look over and say, it's a bad batch. And give a thumbs up.
So this now is the Hill Giant's turn, which is going to try to attack this silent image of the Warden and try to grab and smash at it. Only for, I don't know why I'm rolling. Actually, I'm glad I rolled because I did roll a 1. So the first like swipe towards this this silent image goes right through. I mean, it's just an illusory spell. The second hit tries to take like a bigger swipe, like, oh, I just was a little short. Ends up punching right into the Hobgoblin. So the Hobgoblin is actually going to take some damage on that and is going to take 12 points of damage. So that is the result of that one. Salmon, it is your turn. You are inspired.
Okay. I mean, what is a warlock if not an eldritch blast machine? So we've been attacking the prisoners. I think Salmon's gonna attack one of the guards.
Sure.
So she's gonna eldritch blast whichever one is the furthest in the back.
Yeah.
Eldritch blast. And it looks like blue fireworks when it comes out, but I love that. A 16 to hit.
16 absolutely will hit a guard.
Dope. And ooh, that's good damage. 6 damage.
6 damage. Nearly taking out a guard entirely with one blast. Well done, Sam.
She's also gonna like move as far back as she can because she currently is a tiny bird with 7 hit points. So
do you only have one Eldritch Blast at this level, or do you have more than one?
I think I only have one.
I can never remember when you get the second one.
I'm only level 4, so I think I only have one right now.
Cool. Great. Then with that, it is the Hobgoblin's turn, who is now going to try to attack the Hill Giant since they just slammed them into the ground. So while I deal with that, let's go ahead and go to Kismet. It is your turn.
Fantastic. So right now the knoll is still hitting my friend, going after my friend Lucille.
Yes.
So Kismet is going to like weave around behind this knoll, and with dagger gonna do some attacks.
Go for it.
Nice.
So let's see if I attack my first one, because if I do with my 2-weapon fighting, then I can get my bonus action off. We'll see. So that is that a 9 or a 6? That's a 9 again. 13 to hit.
A 13 will hit the knoll. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'll roll my second attack so I can just roll the damage all at once. That is a 14. So that will also hit. Okay. 3, 5, 9 plus 9. And do I get sneak attack off of this?
You 9, do, since Lucille is engaged with the knoll. That is an ally being within range. So yeah, go ahead and do that sneak attack damage.
Fantastic. So that is 9, I believe, slashing damage, or is it piercing? It might be piercing damage with the dagger. It's been a while since I played D&D. It's been a while since I played D&D. Can you tell?
I've never understood why a sword couldn't be both. And it's not like they're resistant either. So yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, so it's 2d6. Nice. So that is an additional 8 points of damage from sneak attack.
Okay, 17 in total.
Yep, and when you deal your sneak attack, there's additional 1d6. So I get Wails from the Grave. And if I get my sneak attack off, which is an additional d6, that's additional 2 points of necrotic damage as the spirit of my dead sister emerges, like as I'm slashing them, she emerges in front of this knoll, like right from in front of Lucille's face, and just screams at at this poor knoll.
So, okay, good stuff. Lucille, it is your turn. You have just watched as a phantom spirit has like gotten between you and your enemy. It is top of the round, so the elevator has like shakily come to the top. If you all would like to board the elevator, this is an excellent time to do so. But you all still have some enemies as well. So, how would you all like to proceed? With Lucille, it is your turn.
My turn. I think at this point, Lucille at least would be attempting to disengage from all the action, especially with the recent attack there. So is there anything I need to do for that, or can I just say
disengage is the action? So yeah,
okay.
if you disengage, the knoll will not get an opportunity attack on you. Okay. And you absolutely can use your movement to get to the elevator, which I'm assuming you do.
Yes, it's the attempt.
Okay. So that will be your turn then, unless you have any bonus actions, anything like that, or if you get extra attack or anything like that. Cool. The knoll actually was going to disengage with you because it just had a literal ghost shout in its face, not something it's super keen about. So the knoll is actually going to start like running off into the white tundra, like around the prison. We are to Tallulah.
I'm also going to head towards the elevator. On my way over, I'm going to do a Cure Wounds on our friend Salmon, who's been pretty roughed up. I realize as I'm running by. So let me roll that. So that's 10 points of health. And as she runs by, if I could take a quick musical break, she starts singing, "I've dedicated every day to you. Domestic life was never quite my style with this vial." And as she's casting the magic, there's like an illusory looking vial that she like pops open, and like this like liquid shimmers down onto Salmon. Can patch you up when you fall apart. It's the calling in my heart.
This is why I invite Katie to games. So all of you know, this is it's selfish for me. Yeah. Lovely, Katie. Thank you very much for that. Okay. So anything else for your turn?
I think I will inspire Kismet with a quick like wave over the shoulder and be like, "Are you coming?"
Beautiful. It is the Hill Giant's turn. The Hill Giant now engaged with the Hobgoblin. I will say that the guards are trying to like pull them off of each other, even though one of the guards now has kind of like spotted Salmon, like, "You almost killed me with that Eldritch Blast." Salmon, it is your turn.
Salmon is gonna like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, wrong person," and disengage, get onto the elevator.
Okay. Yeah, with that, Kismet, we are at your turn.
Oh, fantastic. So Kismet, as they're engaged with this knoll, just gets one last stab in for good measure, because bonus action disengage, and just stabs at the knoll and calls out towards Tallulah, "On my way, darling. A little busy." And we'll see how that goes. That's a natural 18. So I think that hits.
Yeah.
D12, D4. 5 points of damage.
Okay.
And will bonus action disengage and run into the elevator.
There you go.
Nice.
Okay. Back to top of the order. Somebody needs to use their action to engage the elevator to send it downwards. Lucille, we are at your turn if that is something you would like to do.
Sure. I would
Fantastic.
love to do that.
With a ka-chunk, you pull the lever to the elevator from the inside. The doors very shakily close, and it begins to descend. Is there anything any of you are doing on your way down? I will say, as you can look out, you can see the Jolly Pelican is just coming into dock. Will be there by the time that you reach the bottom. Okay.
Salmon, in Tallulah's voice, is going to say, "I'll always love you, Ronald." As they're going down. Like, he needs to have some happiness in his life. This isn't fair.
I also love that Salmon is doing that, but like in a way that like it's jolted and disconnected, because it's just hearing Tallulah say those 3 words separately. Like, "I'll always love you, Ronald."
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Okay, so Tallulah, we'll stay in initiative until you reach the bottom. Tallulah, anything you would like to do for your turn?
How is Salmon looking now? Much better?
Oh, Salmon's so much better. You all but patched them up. Like,
Okay. I
a
think
little
just
poofy now, but that's it.
Look, the like plumage is up a bit. I think I look around. My friends are fine. Assessment is good, and I'm just waiting.
Cool. Okay. It is the hill giant's turn, and the hill giant, having seeing that the elevator is descending, seeing that it's its way out, he is going to take a leap and land on top of your, like, this is a freight car like sized elevator because it's meant for taking several people up. Lands on the top of it. It's at this point that you all hear this scraping noise as the very worn, weathered mechanics of this elevator begin to spark, disconnect, and you start descending at twice the speed that you were previously, and you were accelerating. So we're all going to get 1 turn, and then we're going to do a saving throw. So Salmon, anything you would like to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
How far down is it?
You probably got about 100 feet.
Okay, they're gonna hold action, and when they're about 30 feet away, they're gonna misty step to safety.
Great. Okay. All right. Can you take anybody with you?
It doesn't look like it, no.
Okay. All right.
I think you can. Maybe that's Thunderstep. I might be misremembering.
I think you're thinking of Dimension Door. That's
Yeah, I
thinking
think
about
Dimension
Dimension
Door I can, but
Yeah, so, some of them have a thing. I will look that up briefly. But let's see, Kismet, is there anything you would like to do?
There's something on top of us, right? Remind
Yes,
me
there's a
again
hill
what that
giant
is.
on top of your car. Absolutely.
Cool. We have 2 options here. Hope we don't die, or get the thing that's making us die faster. So Kismet is going to do what Kismet does best, and that is just jamming. I imagine that like all of us are kind of like slammed against different parts of like this metallic cage, and Kismet is just going to like reach up and stab the hill giant and going, "You're a persistent motherfucker."
Go ahead and roll an attack with advantage, because this thing is like lying on top of the car. It's kind of hard to miss.
Yeah, so that is a 13. I keep rolling 9s on this die. And bonus action, second attack. Does a 13 hit, by the way?
A 13 does, yeah.
Okay. Second one is a natural 14 plus stuff, so that's fine. Yeah. Dagger. 4. 4 plus 6, that's 10 points of whatever dagger damage is. And sneak attack, because my friends are here?
Yeah, you have advantage. Advantage gives you sneak attack.
That's 9 points of damage, and my spooky sister damage, 1. So that
this hill giant's looking real rough.
You just see again the ghost like emerges and like holds Kismet's dagger hand, is helping him stab this giant.
Okay. Lucille, anything you would like to do?
Well, I was gonna try to use my echo because I could teleport with it, but I think I need 2 turns to set that up, unfortunately. So
Okay.
just brace myself. I don't know.
Okay. I will say, desperate situation. You absolutely could set up your echo to basically do what Salmon's going to do and teleport out.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to try. Oh God, sorry, my dog's barking.
Okay.
I want to try that.
Yeah, that I will say we're towards the end. That is absolutely something that we can work with. Tallulah, anything that you would like to do?
Would this creature be considered hostile to me?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. All right. In that case, do they count as a humanoid?
No, more of a giant.
Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. I really just don't have anything for this, but he's looking pretty rough.
He is.
So I'm going to
When you were asking about humanoid, what were you thinking there?
hold person. Like trying to make them stiff enough that they can't resist being like shoved off. They are a giant though, so being able to shove them off probably is not something I could do by myself anyway. So instead, you know what's so funny is I debated so long about taking Featherfall, so long, and I opted not to ultimately take Featherfall. And this will be the one time it was ever have been useful in the entirety of my tabletop experience, and it's the one time I don't have it.
Yeah.
And I was
It's like,
like,
when are we ever going to be falling? You know?
yeah, it's like a prison break. Like, when am I gonna fall? Right? Like,
When are we gonna fall now?
Guys.
So I think I will simply do a ray of frost, like the like snow and coldness that's around us, kind of like crystallizes and like swirls through her hair and like travels down her arms, and there's like a blast upward, just like
I love
hoping
this.
to make it go away.
I will actually do you one better because I think this is an interesting use of the spell, and it actually has a mechanic that I'm not sure. Yeah, I think this is cool. So go ahead and is it a saving throw or is it a roll for you?
Spell attack.
Okay, let's go for it.
Well, I still have that advantage. I think an 18 would hit, but I'm really hoping for
It
a crit.
does. Go for it.
No, but it's a 17, so 24.
24 still does it. Here's what's going to happen in these final moments. The Ray of Frost blasts this giant. In addition to the cold wind and everything, I mean, you all are dealing with this extreme cold around you. The giant especially so. The Ray of Frost is the last thing that this giant can handle, as it nearly freezes solid. In addition to that, it sloughs off and goes tumbling down in these last moments before you all land. The other thing the Ray of Frost does is it begins to freeze the mechanics behind the giant, slowing your descent just enough. Those of you still inside the car are going to have a dexterity saving throw with advantage. So, Lucille is able to teleport out. Salmon is able to teleport out. Tallulah and Kismet, give me a dexterity saving throw with advantage, please.
I'm so glad you gave us advantage because my
Hey.
first roll was a 1.
Hey,
We still have a
GM.
floating advantage somewhere.
we also have an auto crit, by the way, Tallulah, if you wanted it.
Yeah.
There's probably not going to be any more rolls. So, if you just want it all to succeed.
Yeah, and I don't think that my 11 with advantage is going to do it. So I'll definitely
Okay.
take that crit success.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Val, did you have a
And
question?
I was going to, then I remembered that we had an auto crit because I was initially going to do a devil's bargain of I will roll with like disadvantage if I could give like Tallulah a leg up in this, but it's
Very
fine. We have an
thoughtful.
auto crit. So I'll just do a saving dex, right? Saving throw.
Please.
16.
Okay. As the car that you are in comes crashing down, slower than it was, but still barreling towards the bottom, the giant has actually fallen to cushion your blow. And as this metal hits this frozen bulk, there's definitely a crash. You all are able, those of you still inside, so those of you who have teleported outward see this. as the car kind of crashes. It is unusable. Whoever is still up there is now stuck up there until this thing gets fixed. You all are able to successfully get to the ship, and let's go ahead and do our wrap up here, because that, I would say, is a pretty successful end to this mission. So you all return with the key. You all are actually taken to Gauntlgrim, where you are like guests of honor to all the dwarven clans that inhabit this very large kingdom. You are presented with the opening of this long lost vault, the key being put into it by the Axebreaker clan, and you all are presented with a pretty sizable bit of wealth. As the vault door opens, it's not probably as much as you had hoped for. It seems that Corda definitely spent some wealth, but even with your, what all did you manage, 3%?
3.5.
You all received
3.5.
3.5, yes.
3.5. You all received 150 gold each, 1650 silver pieces, 3150 copper pieces. This didn't do the math for me, so everyone just cares about gold. You also get what is that, 18 bloodstones worth 50 gold pieces each, and a number of magic items in here as well, which are gifted to you. For all that the dwarven clans are aware, a prison break happened, a riot happened. Prisoner 13 got away, unfortunately. Not any fault of any of yours. You were successful in what you were expected to do. And should they need any work in the future, they certainly would ask you first. Very well done. I also happen to imagine that a few of you might be reached out to in the near future by some agents of Corda. Perhaps.
Ooh.
Whether that's good or bad, I will leave to all of you in your particular epilogues. But that is, I think, a really good conclusion to this game. Thank you all. Thank you to everyone who donated. I do know that Meg needs to go here relatively soon. So, Meg, do you need to hop off at any point? Are you already late?
No, I'm not already late. I have like 6 minutes left. It's that 3:30 mark.
6 minutes
for me.
is perfect.
Yes.
We're not even going to take that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our wrap-up stuff. I do want to say that thank you to everyone who hung out in chat. We raised $105.69. Nice. That all goes towards Jasper's Game Day, which is suicide prevention. It does a lot of good in this world, and we really appreciate it. It also impacted this game, which is a good thing to do as well. So thank you all. That was very thoughtful. That was very kind, and you did some good in this world. So that is something to look forward to. Jasper's Game Day, like I said, is for suicide prevention. If you out there ever feel like life is just too much to handle, I promise you that you are not alone, and resources can be found in our chat. Resources can be found on our Twitter as well, and there is always somebody who wants you to stick around. And if you can't think of anybody, it's me. I want you to stick around. So yeah, there's always something to keep going. Mitch McConnell's still alive. Don't let him outlive you. With all of that, I'll get to who we raid afterwards. I'll get to all of our channel stuff afterwards, but I'm going to have these lovely people say a little bit about themselves, where you can find more of them and their projects and all that kind of stuff. So, Katie, if you don't mind starting us out.
Sure, of course. Hi, I'm KatieQuixotic. I can be found everywhere as KatieQuixotic. That I want you to find me is my joke. You can mostly find me on my Twitch stream, same name. Again, I'm very good at branding. It's just that nobody picks the word Quixotic, so it's available everywhere and I don't have to try. You can also find me on Ko-Fi, where I do a lot of TTRPG content. I make in-depth backstories. I write little serials and fantasy settings and stuff like that. Yeah. So, and on Twitter, I sometimes am funny.
I would say Katie is often funny and thoughtful and creative. I could have no limit to the amount of Katie in my life, and it still wouldn't be enough. So definitely check her out where all of her stuff is. Support her work. She is an amazing creative mind. Thank you, Katie. Val, I don't know if I'm going order, but that's fine. Val, what?
Sure.
What do you
It can
got?
be my turn. Sure. Hi everyone, I'm Valiant Doran. I use he him his pronouns. I'm a TTRPG performer and Twitch variety streamer, as well as a GM and game designer now. You can find me all around the internet at Valiant Dorian or at Also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just set you on. And tonight I had the distinct pleasure of, well, not even tonight, it's morning. On this fine day, it's a time of day. On doing this time zone, I played our lovely spooky tiefling Kismet with his spooky sister. As I said, I'm a game designer. I'm crowdfunding for The Beast Within. It is my first ever TTRPG about werebeasts and their choice between humanity and their beast selves. So if you like that, help us hit 100%. We're at 90% now. We're like, I think, less than $250 away from hitting 100%. So that'll be really fun. And yeah, I'm passing it back to Derek to let me know who's going next.
Yeah, because I'm unpredictable and who knows who's going next. Definitely support Val, support Beast Within, because Val was actually recently on a Sword and Tea where he and I chatted about The Beast Within, which is a phenomenal game. I'm very excited. I played a little bit of it. Val also played recently on Transplanar and did a game over there, which I caught a little bit of. Was very fun. It's an amazing game. Please support it. I mean, listen, 250. It's easy enough. You know, a few of you can handle that. So definitely fund that and support that, because there's great incentives to it as well. And it's an awesome game if you enjoy werebeasts. Let's see, Gonah, where can we find more of you?
Hi, my name is Gonah Hawking. I use she, her, or he, him pronouns. And I can be found just about anywhere as Gonah or Gonah_Hawking. I mostly stream, like that's the main thing that I do, and I actually have a thing coming up this coming week where it's the Trans Rights Readathon. Every night I am going to have a special stream where for 1 hour I'm literally just sitting on that couch behind me reading, and you can come read too. We are specifically trying to uplift and talk about trans writers, trans authors, and so all of the books that I'm going to be reading are going to be by trans authors, and I'm going to be collecting money for charity for trans empowerment. And I am super excited about that, and I hope that you will enjoy, or that you will join me for a little bit of reading.
Fantastic. That sounds amazing. Yeah, actually, I check out any of Gonah's streams. Check out Gonah's TikTok. I caught one of Gonah's streams the other day. Oh, did I pitch a weird thing? I caught one of Gonah's streams the other day where you were talking about the mummy, and that was so entertaining to me. So yes, definitely check out.
Oh
Gonah
God,
anywhere.
yeah. How could I forget? I'm also doing a podcast that's
You're
coming
also
out
doing
in the
that.
summer, and that's you caught the recording of that podcast.
Yeah.
Thank you for
So, yes.
reminding me.
All of Gonah's stuff. Definitely check him out wherever he is. Lucille. Where
Yes.
can we find more of you?
Yeah, so my name is Meg. She, her pronouns. Thank you for having me. Also, everybody, was super fun. Good game. You can find me at Meg_Noel_art anywhere, Tumblr, Twitter, Instagram, and yeah, keep an eye out because I'm currently working on 3 different comic projects with 3 different people. So it's gonna get busy, and hopefully there will be cool previews I can drop on my socials. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Meg. I apologize I called you by your character's name.
I'm
Uh,
one
and
and the
yeah,
same.
Might as well be at this point. And last but absolutely not least, as I do say myself, I am Derek Sword. I use he, him pronouns. I've been your GM for this game for many things on Sword and Key. Definitely check out our Twitter, Sword and Key, separated by underscores. You can find our Discord there as well. Join our Discord to chat about tons of stuff. We have lots of great projects coming up. We have another Sword and Tea coming up on Tuesday, where we're going to talk to Ro about her new game, Play Ball, which is a baseball-based TTRPG. Very excited for that. Horizon's Call is every Saturday. This specific coming Saturday, we are doing the Scarlet prequel. It's the last prequel for our main crew. It's going to be dark. It's going to be great. It's going to be super sad. Definitely check in to find out how our siren got as broken as she did. It's got a bang. We have it's my wonderful partner sending me all the things we're doing. Yes, Horizon's Call Scales of Fate is going to be Saturday the 25th at 3 p.m. Pacific, all Pacific times because that's where I am. Invisible Sun is every Thursday. That's GM by the wonderful Mare. Sundays starting April 9th, we have Ryutama campaign starting up. Saturday at 7:30 a.m. we have an Invisible Sun charity one-shot. And Sundays starting on April 16th, we have a Brindlewood Bay campaign starting up. So lots of stuff coming to Sword and Key. You can find our calendar on our Discord as well to keep track of all that. Otherwise, just keep track on Twitter. That's where we post most of our stuff. Again, thank you all for donating today. Thank you to these wonderful players for bringing these wonderful characters, telling this great story with me. I appreciate each and every one of you. Couldn't have done this without you. Again, thanks for raising the money that we did. I guess we are not going to be raiding anybody tonight. So thanks for sticking around. I will let you all enjoy the rest of your day. Take care of yourselves. Do something nice for yourself today. And we will be back for Sword and Key on Tuesday. So until then, be good.